I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. This will be a fun and great meeting. We will start with item A, which is our invocation, and I will lead that today, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Trustee Teresa Wagaman. If you so inclined, please stand and join me. What we'd like to do is, we've had some very unfortunate tragedies for Conroe ISD in the last couple of weeks, and we'd like to give just a moment of silence for them. Dear God, we are grateful for this day. We are grateful for the weather. We are grateful for this wonderful community and this wonderful district and all of the teachers and administrators that love kids and want to be there for them and help them to learn and to teach them and to be there for them. We're grateful for all of their efforts. We ask thee at this time to be with the families of Conroe ISD that are mourning the tragedies that have happened over the last couple of weeks, that thy Spirit will be upon them and that they will have comfort in their hearts. We invite thee to be with us in this meeting, that we will be led by thee and that all will be well. We ask you to watch over those who are still in travel coming to the meeting, and we ask you to watch over us as we leave. And we ask these things in your name. Amen.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right. You may be seated. Raise that up. All right. Thank you for that. All right, moving on to item 2A, which is special board recognition, our 2024 Texas Music Educators Association All-State.
All right, we will ask Dr. Bob Horton, our Director of Fine Arts, to come forward and make our introductions this evening.
Got a few.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Thank you for giving recognition to the 30 students who have been named 2024 Texas Music Educators Association, or TMEA, All-State Musicians from Conroe ISD. Just a brief word of explanation. Of course, my name is Dr. Bob Horton, and I'm the Director of Fine Arts, and on behalf of the over 330 fine arts teachers who impact our over 73,000 students, just want to thank you for your constant support of the arts. The TMEA Texas All-State process is a competitive one that begins throughout the state in auditions that are hosted by 33 individual TMEA regions. Students perform selected music for a panel of judges who rank each instrument or voice part, and from this ranking, a select group of musicians advances to 8 TMEA area competitions. These are all elimination rounds. The highest ranking musicians judged at the area rounds qualify to perform in a TMEA All-State music group. These All-State students recently participated in 3 days of rehearsals directed by internationally recognized conductors and clinicians during the TMEA Clinic and Convention. Their performance for thousands of attendees on the last day brought this extraordinary event to a close. Over 1,800 students around the state are selected through this process that begins with over 77,000 students vying for this honor to perform in one of the all-state ensembles. Less than 3% of the student musicians who initially audition become all-staters, and 30 of them are from Conroe ISD.
All right.
It is an amazing accomplishment. We have them lined up against the wall over here to come forward as we call their name, and I would like to also just take a moment to recognize their outstanding teachers who are here tonight to support the students who have guided them through this months-long process to become all-state musicians. From Oak Ridge Band, Gerald Dillard, Albert Vela, Maddie Gregory. From College Park Band, Jeff Goring, Aaron Owens, and Rob Savala. From From College Park Orchestra, Emmanuel Carraza and Mary Kate Hom. From the Woodlands Choir, Patrick Newcomb, Melissa Newhouse, and Elisa West. From the Woodlands Band, Carter Frederick, Aaron Stickley, and Andy Salmon. From the Woodlands Orchestra, Aaron Michelson and Christian Ponce. From Grand Oaks Band, Mike Flake, Jessica Calvert, and Jacob Perales. From Grand Oaks Choir, J.R. Smith and Brie Ravalado. And from Grand Oaks Orchestra, Leah Cheney and Michael Casagrande. These are exemplary educators who have guided these students. Thank you, teachers. And the fun part is pronouncing their names. So here we go.
Here we go.
Our first student, Logan Bass. Ashlyn Burr. Jaden Chan. Camden Clough. Drew Cole. Dominic D. Arturo Gonzalez. Siddhartha Gotumukula. Harrison Griffith. Drew Guerrero. Tyler Hedgepeth. Rhett Ollier. J.D. Johnson. Charlotte Juneau. Ishmael Kabor. Rusetsa Karamaji. Zachary LeBlanc. Kayla Lewis. Noah O'Brien. Kaysen Owens. Michael Pardo. Jacob Pollock. Adrian Quintana. Unable to be with us tonight because he is in the middle of a Zoom audition for one of his colleges is Wiley Sadlier. Aldo Villanueva. Nethum Wirasinga. Zoe Wynn. Evan Work. Ellie Yarbrough. And Cody Zuvich. Awesome. Fantastic.
Congratulations, students. What an honor. And what an honor to be recognized, not only by us today, but by the entire CISD Fine Arts Department. We are so incredibly blessed and thankful for all of our teachers from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade who believe in fine arts and what fine arts can do for our students. So again, we say congratulations and thank you for your participation.
Did all the moms get their pictures? All right.
Everyone's following right here.
There's more than that. There's right here. Graduation.
Right down the table.
Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. 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 Yes, ma'am. Congratulations. Done.
Thank you so much. Well done. Thank you.
Well done, Dr. Ward. Appreciate it, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. There was more here than at the December graduation.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty close. Not the same number.
All right. Very exciting, very exciting. Congratulations once again. That was awesome. All right, and now on to Caney Creek. So we would like to recognize our 2024 UIL Co-Ed Cheer State Champions, Caney Creek High School.
All right. Well, it's always an honor anytime that we can celebrate a UIL state championship here, but you only get to celebrate a school's first state championship one time.
Yeah.
And so this is really exciting tonight for our second high school of the year to celebrate their first state championship. So what a great year this is, and I know that we have a very proud principal that is looking forward to introducing this amazing group of athletes. So Dr. Terry Benson, our principal from Caney Creek High School.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. I have to have our athletic director, Kendall Heineman, join me at the podium tonight because the sheer excitement that we have in the board recognizing these incredible student athletes and their coaches is beyond measure. And I say this because these students not only represent the spirit within our classrooms and in the halls and walls of our school, but our feeder zone, whose principals are here tonight, and our community, and an amazing supportive booster club, and amazing parents. You can feel the energy in this room that is driven by this program. So I want to just take a moment and express how thankful we are for you to recognize them, because they're not just state athletes. They're varsity football players, they're varsity basketball players, they're student council officers, they're No Place for Hate members, they're cosmetology students who just did my roots last week. Because they represent that at the Creek, you can be all things and still be state champions. And they know I get fired up. I get fired up because this is exciting, because it's our first state title, and there's no one more deserving than this group of kids who have put the work ethic and the sheer hours, and they're led by amazing coaches. But before I finish, I need Coach Heineman to say a few words.
Thank y'all for having us here this evening. I'm the emotional one, so I'm gonna try to get through this. Just want to say thank y'all for having us. It is truly a great day to be a Caney Creek Panther, to be able to recognize the hard work and dedication that these young men and women go through each and every day. I'd like to speak on how much this group means to our campus, feeder zone, and community. It's an honor to be in their presence on a daily basis. These young men and women are the absolute heartbeat of our school, whether it's on the sidelines of contests, leading our amazing pep rallies, parading around to our feeder zones, schools to get the school ready for their test. Their constant dedication to excellence is why they're being honored here today. To bring home the gold medal in co-ed state cheer and our school's first team state medal, they can never be taken lightly. You are living proof that the Creek can and will be great for the long haul. Being there to celebrate this that momentous occasion, that fateful day in January, will always be near and dear to my heart. So thank you all for everything that you do for all of us.
Now, they all know I would be remiss to not speak on their amazing coaches who lead this program. Coach Janelle Jackson has been in the feeder for 8 years, starting at Moorhead Junior High, leading the program, then 6 years at Caney Creek, and then her assistant, Christine Zimmer, and then Paris Duguay, who was a Caney Creek cheerleader in her first year as an assistant. So I know you're not here for me. I want to introduce Coach Janelle Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the school board, Dr. Knoll, and all of the CISD family, friends, teachers, administrators here and online. We are humbled, proud, excited, and so very grateful for this opportunity to be here tonight. Pele once said, "Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, but most of all, it is the love of what you're doing or learning to do it." The success of this Caney Creek co-ed cheerleading team is certainly no accident. It is a culmination of years of hard work, sacrifice, dedication, athletic growing pains, and the belief in something greater than themselves. It is a result of an administration, an athletic director, parents, boosters, teachers, coaches, community sponsors, and a school district who believed in the rise of the Creek. We started this journey 6 years ago with these athletes on the wall. Some of them, it's only their first year, but for many of them, this is the 6th year that they have represented the Caney Creek community. I have watched many of these athletes dream and work for this moment since they were at Moorhead Junior High. They told me they wanted to do something special. They wanted to be remembered. They wanted to show something and show something to everyone just how amazing Caney Creek is. Well, you did it. You earned the highest co-ed score in the history of UIL since it began. You have the second highest score, Division 1A through 6A, in the history of the event since 2015. And this year, you took the top 2023 score, not only for co-ed, but Division 1A through 6A, scoring a 98.33. I tell them every day, don't try to be perfect, just be imperfectly perfect. And on that day, you were exactly that. We did this together, and we did it because every day we choose Caney Creek. We choose Caney Creek. And now, because of our choice and because of this amazing school district and the opportunities that these kids have had, other people are choosing our students. Our athletes are going on college scholarships to Division I colleges. They are pursuing higher education, certifications in trades. They are the top in their class. And currently, all of our seniors are being recruited by colleges, have signed with colleges, or are testing into their trade. Every student athlete is going to be more than what they started as. All means all, and we believe in the Creek. Thank you for having us, and we are so very humbled to be here tonight. And right now, we will introduce the athletes, starting with senior Mackenzie Sparta.
I just ain't got time for that.
Senior Jalen Bruce. Senior Kaylee Davis. Senior Elizabeth Cervantes. Senior Petey the Panther.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
And Petey's best friend, who travels with him everywhere he goes, Chelsea Torres. Senior Cameron Duguay. Senior Timothy Palmer. Senior Jaden Graves. Senior Isaiah Sanchez. Junior Lizette Torres. Junior Riley Peroni. Junior Ella Mitchell. Junior Andrea Mael Amdela. Junior Tony Para. Junior Brandon Spurley. Junior Blue Harrington. Sophomore Brooke Brown. And before I go any further, I just want everybody to know we compete our freshmen all the way through our seniors. So everybody in here was on the state map. Sophomore Isabella Mendez. Sophomore Caitlin Skeens. Sophomore Cynthia Harrison. Freshman, Kaylin Smith. Freshman, Nicole Slaughter. Freshman, Keegan Bohannon. Freshman, Paige Pollard. Freshman, Angela Dela Cruz. Freshman, Kaylee Munoz. Freshman, Alyssa Owen. And freshman, Casey Thompson. And our amazing coaching staff, alumni coming in, one of our assistant coaches, Paris Duguay. My longtime partner, the one who brought me in, Coach Christine Zimmer. Our Moorhead cheerleading coach, Devonna Wilson. And our cheer administrator, who puts up with all of us on the daily, Miss Beatrice English. Thank you again.
Well, I am pumped up and feeling all the things. Y'all are an excellent hype team. Follow me around and pump me up would be great. No, I got a chance to see a video of y'all performing, and you are amazing. I am not surprised to see you in front of me as state champs. This recognition is a result of all of your blood, sweat, and tears. And not just yours, but your coaches' blood, sweat, and tears, and of course, your parents' blood, sweat, and tears. So we are incredibly proud of you. And on behalf of the board, would like to say congratulations, state champs. Are you going to put them in a pyramid? You're the bottom of the pyramid.
Make your same line, y'all. This is all the handshakes. This is all the handshakes.
Thank you for having me. I had a tissue, just so you know.
All right, congratulations. Congratulations.
We should start all meetings like that.
I know, right? Not bad. Not bad.
We should start all meetings like you, like that. I thought they were going to pick you. I didn't.
I would say, I know we probably will pause for a moment to allow parents if they want to leave, but I would also like to mention that something else, Ms. Jackson, she's not in here, she's out there already. But something that I think is really neat is not just with these cheer going to competitions, but something that they do every year, which I think is meaningful, is they actually go to the bus barns and they cheer for all those employees coming into work. And I just think that's meaningful that they're able to, see their talents and use them in so many different ways. And so to make those employees at the bus barns feel that way, and we've all gotten videos, and it just, you see how lively they are when they're being appreciated like that. So that's special. Not only I love that they got recognized, but I love that they have that service in their heart to go out and just make everybody feel important, because that's important in life. So I thought that was cool. Yeah. All right. We are moving on to item 3, which is citizen participation. And I understand we have a few people signed up tonight. During this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of the issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision related to that issue. We ask that speakers address their comments to the board and not to the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policy regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. Please be aware that if your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until you have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. Each speaker will be given 2.5 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Ms. Godfrey, will you please call our first speaker?
Teresa Neiman. Ryan Grayson.
Hello.
Howdy.
We're here representing Oak Ridge High School and other districts' baseball organization and booster clubs. And we'd like to thank you for your time today. And also, we'd like to thank Dr. Ferris. He spent some time with us before this, addressing some things, and we really appreciate his help. We feel like it's worth escalating a little further, right? So our concerns as a booster club, not just baseball, but basically here for baseball, our concern is the amount of time us as parents spend to what we consider duties that aren't our own. We put a lot of time and effort. We appreciate our field. We look to develop leaders just like Conroe ISD does. And we are to the point where we're investing enough time and money. We really feel like we're offsetting what Conroe ISD should be contributing. We don't see the funds we need. And, based on zoning and some other things, we feel like our parents don't have the time we need. And we're struggling to make ends meet and support concessions and other things, right? So we feel like we've done a lot of work and we know what it costs to do things. We know financially the economy where it is with the cost of living is very high. We know that you guys are facing a deficit next year. We know you got $153 million in the unallocated fund. We got turf fields going in Grand Oaks, and now you're going to build one in Oak Ridge, right? I mean in Conroe ISD. And we're stuck not practicing for 9 days trying to do our own work on our field when other kids can, right? Our kids end up pulling grass on the field. Our soccer teams, they do their things. We're faced with doing that. Our maintenance on the field, we only have a little bit of time, so I'm trying to run through it. I wish we had more, but I guess from this, a meeting would be great to get a little more detail. But what we see on the field is we have to fight to get maintenance done. Historically, it's been an issue. I've been there 4 years. I've been a booster president for 2 years. I've been part of the whole organization the whole time, so I have these parents back here and many more that couldn't make it. And we feel like it should not be that hard to get work done to maintain our facility. Our facility has been there since 1981. We would expect the capital invested in the facility to reflect the condition it's in its age, and we don't feel like that's happening. We know that we're spending almost 2/3 of the cost to get things done for what our contractors in our school know we can get it done for. And with the deficit, we should consider that and understand we should consider how we estimate, plan to put our our money back in our school, not my taxpayer money, right? 1981, there's a lot of money there. We see a lot of money going to new schools getting built. We understand the growth. We get that, but you can't forget about the people that have been paying taxes that long. And we feel like we're not getting looked at. We know we have other schools here, not just Oak Ridge. We got Caney Creek. We got College Park. Our wells don't get worked on. We have to call them to unlock it to get it running. It's just, it's been torture. We'd like to see some work done and some assistants work together to make it better, is what we'd expect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Kristen Rossler.
Yes.
Kristen Rosler. Roy Hall. Roy Hall. Deborah Pertalis.
Okay. I don't know why they nominated me to do this. I'm Deb Portalis, thank you all. Tim's mom, my little tennis player back there, who would want me to say his UTR score is 100% reliable. I know most of you know, we do not have tennis courts at Conroe High. And I found out that where the tennis courts are supposed to go, we're going to have to put some portable buildings because of overcrowding. I would love to have a conversation about where else those could go besides where our tennis courts are going. Especially seeing all of these kids being able to celebrate their school spirit here today. That's missing from my child. He's not being able to represent his school. You know, just some equitable representation, inclusivity regarding our tennis program. You know, in 2021, the courts were being used as construction storage. And since 2021, they have not played on their home courts. And I don't have to tell you guys what they're missing from that being as it is. But 2024, the portable buildings will be placed where the tennis courts are located. I just found this out, and I told my son, it doesn't matter, just play at RP. Just play at April Sound. Play wherever you can. Except Candy Cane Park, there are too many drug arrests right there. I'm not doing it. And then, you know, it's going to be a solid 7 or 8 years before tennis courts are at Conroe High School. That's just unacceptable to me. Excuse me, it was acceptable until my son said, Mom, would you please speak up and get me some tennis courts at the high school? And so here I am. You know, it would be nice if his teachers and admin and his peers could be present at least a few of his tournaments. You know, we supported that bond and we spoke up and tennis courts were a part of that. And now I feel a little let down by that. The biggest issue we're having is transportation to and from tennis class. We would love a resolution for that. You know, our coach is spending 30 to 40 minutes driving because we have a 14-person bus for 40-plus students. And so we're driving to Pete Junior High for practice and back, and to the 9th grade campus to Pete, hauling kids. And I take him to class most days. I'll show up at the high school, pick him up in my car, and drive him to class because there's not enough room on the bus, and we're trying to be efficient.
There's no timer?
Okay, well, thank you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody call me.
Yes, ma'am.
Louis Pedraza.
Do we not have a timer? There's a buzzer. Oh, okay.
Hello, how are you guys doing? I haven't been here in a while, so it's like I missed you all or something. I don't know.
We missed you too.
I'm sure you did. I just came to really say thank you to the board in general. It's a hard job. I really understand how difficult it is to maneuver all the minutia, all the politics, all the other stuff, budgets and all that stuff. And especially I want to really, Melissa and Tiffany and Misty, I really appreciate what you guys are doing and how you stand for your principles. It's a constant battle, I get it, but I do believe you guys are up to the task, and I really say thank you. That's it. Pretty quick, right? Oh, I still got 2 minutes.
Yeah, you
Can I keep talking?
You could. We won't stop you.
I am for tennis courts, by the way. I love tennis. I'm a big tennis player. So, so I'm starting a tennis league on Thursday nights, if anybody's interested. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Scott Nelson.
Good evening, Board. My name is Scott Nelson, retired energy exec and father of 3 young men who successfully got through CISD, so thanks for that. I want to speak about ethics and integrity and the role this board has in setting the tone for CISD's student body and employees. It's the role of both parents and our schools to teach students ethics and ethical conduct so they can be good, productive citizens. Ethical conduct has a start at the top. Not only with the teachers and the admin, but also with the school board itself. CISD employees and leaders need to lead by example. I raise the issue because just yesterday I received a blast email from the president of this school board as part of his campaign to become a state representative. It accused his opponent, Mr. Toth, of aligning with neo-Nazis and white supremacists. What absolute nonsense. Let me draw an analogy just to make a comparison. Imagine a criminal gets convicted of a crime and is headed to jail. The mother of that criminal fed him, housed him, raised him, hosted him, and he's off to jail. And the connection that ad tried to make about Mr. Toth is that Mr. Hubert would put the mother in jail too, which is nonsense. It's absurd as it sounds. Not only is Mr. Toth an ordained minister, he is also the grandson of a Jewish woman, Sophie Rosenbaum. To accuse him of being aligned with hateful groups like that is beyond lying. It's despicable. Falsely accusing a good man of something you know he isn't is both unethical and immoral. CISD has 73,000 students and thousands of employees, most of who look up to you to set policy and direction. So this message is for our teachers. So is this the message that our teachers and students to hear? That it's okay to lie and cheat if it helps you win? I don't think so, and I don't think any person of character does either. So my ask is, do better, Mr. Hubert. Please lead CISD by example, not that example. Retract that ad you know is misleading and issue a public apology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Knuckles.
Good evening. The following passage is from this book, Alice Austin Lived Here by Alex Gino. It's written for 5th and 6th graders, and it is at Veterans Memorial Intermediate. A young non-binary child is at his adult femme neighbor's apartment. The adult neighbor's name is Jess. Jess also changed her shirt right in front of me. She always turned her back But said it was important for fat kids to see fat adults. Or fat bodies, sorry. And that I was welcome to close my eyes if I didn't feel comfortable. I had gotten used to the sight of Jess's body. Trustee Hubert, you have been telling people, even publicly, that no books have been challenged since the new policy was put into place. This is not true. There are at least 2 books that are currently in process. You have also been saying that the recently challenged book was dropped because it was fine. This is not true. My friend dropped it because the gender ideology, transitioning, all of the things, are not covered in the new policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby Strecker.
Good evening, Dr. Knoll, and members of the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Abigail Strecker, and I'm the VP of Competition for Conroe DECA, as well as one of 3 district officers within our district. In honor of National Career and Technical Education Month, I'm here to let you know about one of the organizations making an impact at Conroe High School. DECA is one of the CTU organizations within our district, and we have an active chapter at Conroe High School, as well as the Woodlands, Grand Oaks, and College Park. The purpose of this is to prepare emerging leaders and entrepreneurs for careers in marketing, finance, hospitality, and management in high schools and colleges around the globe. We're here today to discuss what DECA does for our community and why it's important for our CTE program. DECA is a competition-driven organization where members compete in various business-oriented events for scholarships. We recently took 30 students to compete at the state competition of 7,000, and we will be taking 7 students to the international competition in late April. Going into our local community efforts, we regularly do community service activities within our chapter. Some to mention are a book drive for cancer patients working with assisted living facilities, and most recently, a coloring book drive for children involved in emergency vehicle stops within the police department. In addition to these, we held a Christmas craft fair in early December, which had many vendors from our community selling their products. This helped us spread awareness for our organization and helped us to raise $2,000 for Conroe DECA. I hope I was successful in spreading awareness for DECA and how our community service efforts not only help our community, but it helps our members grow as emerging leaders. Thank you for helping us experience the difference, which is DECA's motto, within our chapter.
Thank you.
Melissa Semler.
Good evening, Dr. Knoll, members of the board. My son will begin kindergarten in Conroe ISD next year, and I'm here to discuss why I will not be having him tested for the Conroe ISD Gifted and Talented program. My daughter was in the CISD Gifted and Talented program, and I can honestly say that it added very little to her education. We moved here from Tomball ISD, where I was a member of the GT Parent Advisory Committee. After seeing what was offered in Tomball ISD, Conroe ISD's GT program was a tremendous disappointment. CISD's amazing teachers do a great job working with my daughter, and they continue to challenge her. However, new programs have been implemented at CISD that are detrimental to gifted children and make the classroom environment even more challenging for teachers by forcing them to differentiate lessons for students whose cognitive abilities could be markedly different. GT students require a modification to the mainstream curriculum because their brains work differently, which creates unique challenges for them. So I'm curious about why some CISD schools are intentionally combining AIM students with GT students in elementary classrooms. While some AIM students might be GT, many of the GT students in these classes do not require autism or behavioral interventions. Combining these groups puts stress on the teacher, who must create vastly different lessons and manage vastly different behaviors, and it puts unnecessary stress on both groups of students. Further, it is not the responsibility of the GT student to mentor other students during instructional time. New York's Stuyvesant High School is the city's most famous magnet school, and it produced the alumni who pioneered string theory, several Nobel Prize winners, Fields Medal winner Paul Cohen, Home Depot founder Arthur Blank, former Attorney General Eric Holder, and many other great American thinkers. Without GT education, these brilliant Americans would not have been pushed to their full potential. When you want a community to flourish for future generations, you cultivate great minds. Conroe ISD is unique in that many brilliant, successful adults bring their children to the area, and so we have a large GT population. Why are we not serving these students when it clearly benefits our community and our student body? The 87th Texas Legislature passed House Bill 1525 in 2021, which amends state law to create weighted funding for students being served in a GT program. Where have these funds been directed, and why haven't they been directed into CISD GT programs? Why have we seen further deterioration in CISD GT programs instead of improvement? Why are we stifling our greatest minds when cultivating them benefits us all?
Thank you.
Rachel Walker.
I was going to use my time tonight to read to you some statistics about removing books from school libraries and how that correlates to significant gaps in learning. But then I read a story about a non-binary high school student in Oklahoma who was beaten so badly in a school bathroom that they died in the hospital the next day. Their death is a direct result of anti-LGBTQ rhetoric. When we allow hate to have a seat at the table, there are dire consequences. Similarly to what is currently happening here, this Oklahoma school district had recently been the target of an anti-LGBTQ hate group. The leader of that hate group was appointed to a committee that reviews school library content. They also targeted a former 8th grade teacher that spoke out in support of LGBTQ students. Does any of this sound familiar? I was signing up to speak tonight, and as I was doing that, 2 moms knocked on my door to deliver this flyer. This flyer talks about how library materials are grooming our kids. I would say that things like this have unintended consequences, but I no longer believe it is unintended. The hate is the point. It is the entire point. Ms. Nelson, at the last meeting, when you were advocating for chaplains as school counselors, you said if it saves just one life, it's worth it. I would ask you to extend that same sentiment to transgender kids, because they are the ones at risk. The hate that you put out into the world has consequences for real people. Your words matter. The things you vote on from those chairs have bigger consequences than just access to books. I know some of you could not understand why I was so upset about a middle school book, but this is why. This is why. Their name was Nex. They were 16. They enjoyed cooking and nature and reading and drawing and Minecraft and caring for their cat Zeus. They deserved better. They deserved to be safe at their school.
Thank you.
Travius Jones Allen. Linda Long.
Surprise, I'm talking about the same thing I always talk about, so this surprised everybody. But it is, thinking and truth. Remember that scripture I gave you about John 17:17, what truth really is? And I just thought we just need that so much today. I've just read and heard a lot of things that are not true, and it's come to my attention. So what I thought I would do this evening is just read some of that truth, which I will just do. And the prophet Isaiah in the Old Testament, he was quite a guy. So he corrects me quite a bit. So when I think I'm kind of pretty good and maybe quite intelligent, I think I can do a lot of things. I go back to Isaiah. Here's what he says. I want to read the whole thing, but I probably won't have time. So I'll start with Isaiah chapter 40, verse 18. This is NIV. He says, with whom then will you compare God? To what image will you liken him? As for an idol, a metalworker casts it, and a goldsmith overlays it with gold, and fashions silver chains for it. A person too poor to present such an offering selects wood that will not rot. They look for a skilled worker to set up an idol that will not topple. Do you not know? Have you not heard? Has it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood since the earth was founded? He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, and his people are like grasshoppers. That'd be me. That'd be all of us. But sometimes I feel like I'm so smart. Okay, and then I have to read this so I know who I really am, okay? And maybe you guys are in the same category. I think maybe all of us are. He stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out like a tent to live in. He brings princes to naught, and he reduces the rulers of this world to nothing. No sooner are they planted, no sooner are they sown, no sooner do they take root in the ground than he blows on them and they wither, and a whirlwind sweeps them away like chaff. To whom then will you compare me? Or who is my equal, says the Holy One. Lift up your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry host one by one and calls each forth by the name, because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. Why do you complain, Jacob? Why do you say, Israel? My way is hidden from the Lord, and my cause is disregarded by my God. Do you not know? Have you not heard? The Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He will not grow tired or weary, and his understanding no one can fathom. He gives strength to the weary, and he increases the power of the weak. I just thank God for that. And so if you feel like I do sometimes, like I'm pretty smart, you can go ahead and read Isaiah chapter 40. And the whole chapter is really good. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie Adams.
We need not to be let alone. We need to be really bothered once in a while. How long is it since you were really bothered about something important, about something real? Ray Bradbury, Fahrenheit 451. Greetings. My name is Natalie Adams, and I am really bothered. I've been a parent in Conroe ISD since 2012. My oldest son graduated from College Park High School, and my youngest is now a freshman at Oak Ridge. Since before their births, books have been an important part of my family's life. I read voraciously as a child and continued into adulthood. I learned about subjects my parents couldn't teach me by reading books from home, school, the county bookmobile that would visit my neighborhood every 2 weeks. Continuous growth and learning is a core value for me. My children understand the power of the written word. They've enjoyed book fairs, excitedly coming home to ask for money, then showing me their finds afterwards. They found interesting titles in both their school libraries and the Montgomery County Library. I purchased trilogies and longer series about everything from the perils of middle school to the adventures of a Greek demigod. They devoured and continue to devour texts of all kinds in their pursuit of understanding. In short, all types of books are important and should be available for children and teens to access. I was drawn to speak tonight after reading a news article detailing a troubling occurrence at our schools here in Conroe ISD. Instead of abiding by the board rules on questioning whether certain books should be available, this article said that books were being quietly boxed and taken from classrooms without formal procedures. As an avid reader and a constituent concerned with fiscal responsibility, I truly hope this article was mistaken. We should not be in the business of censorship, nor should we waste resources the district has already purchased. Please stop effectively banning books. If this is what's happening, it helps no one to live in a society where children are not allowed to read, learn critical thinking, and be exposed to novel ideas. In closing, you think your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world, but then you read. It was books that taught me the things that tormented me most were the very things that connected me with all the people who were alive, who had ever been alive. James Baldwin, 1963.
Thank you, ma'am.
Truly High School.
Good evening. It's
Good
good to be back.
Yes, ma'am.
Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday season.
wanted to open with the Constitution. I carry this with me everywhere that I go. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish the Constitution of the United States of America. I was thinking about what Jesus said when he said, "For God so loved the world," good people, bad people, confused people, people on track. And he gave his only begotten Son so that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And so many of the things that we concern ourselves with are temporal things. Every single one of us will one day stand before the creator of the universe and give an account for what we have fought for and stood for. I grew up in Jim Crow South, born in 1952, a rural pastor, and I had an amazing education. And I tell you, we have gone backwards in our nation because we have this diversity. I don't call it DEI. I call it DIE, diversity, inclusion, equity. We need to add one more letter to that, selectivity, because it's not about your gender or the color of your skin. It's the content of your character. It always has been, and it always will be. Finally, I want to conclude with Deuteronomy 16:20. Justice, justice alone shall you pursue, that you may live and that you may possess the land that the Lord your God is giving you. And you must never set up a wooden Ashtaroth pole beside the altar that you build for the Lord. You know what an Ashtaroth pole is? About just any sexual expression is okay. The altar of the Lord is holy and pure, and we need to return to what made us a pinnacle nation. Not long ago, we used to be first in education. Right now, we're behind Canada at number 13 in education.
Thank you.
Carolyn Nini.
Good evening. How is everybody?
We're good.
Our entire education system has been captured by the radical left ideology. This is having a catastrophic effect on our country. The woke culture is being played out before us on our college campuses. No longer are our children getting an education, but rather it's an indoctrination. Our student scores are a disgrace. You see, if you create an uneducated society, it becomes easier to control the people. It is a political plot that is happening in our country for over 100 years. The purpose behind this is to tear apart the nuclear family unit. Our corrupt education system has driven a wedge between the child and parents. Very rarely do you see two-parent families anymore. Much of the corruption of our American values is coming from the campuses of higher education that is being controlled by a tyrannical government. However, over the past few years, we have begun to see a shift which now includes K through 12. The children in America are being taught to hate one another, to hate their parents, to hate their country, and to hate their God. CISD, without a doubt, has played a major role in the plot to take down America. I wish President Herbert and Dr. Knoll would find the courage to fight back against this political agenda and say, not in our schools. The wicked plot against the righteous and gash their teeth at them. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber Fusca.
Hello.
Patty.
First, I'd like to thank the 2 board members that reached out to Mark and I after we spoke at last board meeting. It's nice to know that not everything we say falls on deaf ears. Since 2010, because that's as far as TEA's website goes back, there have been 406 due process cases in the state that have received a judgment. Of those, 10 belong to Conroe ISD. Of the 10 judgments on record, 2 cases found in favor of the parents and that the district was in violation of FAPE. However, that doesn't mean that the other 8 cases weren't valid cases, because the bar has been set so low, a district has to mess up in epic proportions to lose a due process case. What all of you should be concerned about, those 2 cases are from 2022 and 2023. In the 14 years of data, the last 2 consecutive years, the district has violated FAPE to the point that parents were able to prove it in due process. Sadly, the majority of this board seems to be indifferent when it comes to FAPE violations or denying children services. I will say you do have a couple of people in your SPED department that are trying to right your ship, but they will not be able to make this course correction alone, and certainly not without the support of this board. Ironically, some of the people who've recently announced their candidacy for school board have had an issue with the district denying their children's services. I don't know what November holds, but I do know you have 8 months to at least attempt to begin to right what is wrong. Because as always, do better, Conroe ISD.
Thank you.
Alexander Harris.
A few seconds just to adjust this. This seems so low. Thank you. Dear board and leadership, at the December 24th board meeting, the chapter chair of Montgomery County Defense of Democracy leveled an attack on the Mama Bears for trying to promote Sky Tree book fairs and Brave books. These books teach Judeo-Christian values on which our country was built. Her agenda was to push the LGBTQ ideology, which most Americans are against. So, Mama Bears, I would say, let us not be intimidated by such people, rather strive to develop a policy that would keep books that contain LGBTQ ideology away from our minor children, like our neighbor Spring Branch ISD, and bring in books that are based on Judeo-Christian principles on which our nation was built. There is currently a very strong grassroots level movement exposing the LGBTQ ideology promoted in libraries, and particularly the Montgomery County Public Library. And we had worked, because this is election year, and I'm amused at the knee-jerk reaction of a commissioner who was hindering this, even though the commissioner's court mandated it last year, and now he's scurrying around trying to clean up the library. But I think the horse has left the barn. It's a little too late for him. My point tonight is the 4 of you will be up for election. And I'm just telling you, I'm not just telling you a fact. You have fallen short in protecting our children against the sexualization and gender confusion with the library books. You have fallen short, and you are going to face the same from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Jones.
Good evening, President Hubert, trustees, and Dr. Knoll. As educators, we were all incredibly disappointed when the Texas legislature and our governor chose to put vouchers over giving us a pay increase. Not all districts chose to take the risk to show their employees that they were valued, but Conroe ISD did. We are grateful that the board voted to show educators that they supported us through the stipend and pay increase. It seems as though these decisions are now being used as political fodder by the courier and members of our community, which is incredibly disappointing. It's unfortunate that our profession seems to be held captive in a political game. I wanted to come tonight and thank every single one of you who unanimously approved the teacher increases in spite of the state not doing the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Susan Scruggs.
Good evening. First of all, I wanted to thank the three new ladies, Tiffany, Misty, and Melissa, for the hard work y'all are doing in educating the children in CISD and keeping them safe. I just appreciate your hard work, your boldness, your courage. Next, Trustee Hubert.
Yes.
I'm holding you responsible for not removing all the transgender and gender surgery ideology books and scholastics in the libraries and classrooms. It's insane to promote gender transitioning to children and young folks. Presenting children with how to bind their breasts, remove their breasts, cut off their penis, to become the opposite sex is not in your job description. I object to CISD allowing this ideology in your schools. I want to remind you about the adverse events of girls taking testosterone. Their clitoris will grow up to 3 inches long, protruding, causing severe pain, especially when they walk. For both male and female, most will suffer bone density issues, brittle bones that break very easily, and a shortened lifespan. For the surgeries that are performed, they'll have lifelong incontinence, and most will have to wear a diaper the rest of their life. Chronic urinary tract infections, continual bleeding, and infections at the surgery site. These children and young folks are being sold a bunch of baloney and are being told that life will be so much better if they just switch genders. Now thousands are regretting it. There's even a website for this that is filled with people with regrets. And lawsuits are happening in large numbers. In fact, this one is a lawsuit that was filed last year in Tarrant County. This young lady was 17 when she was convinced to do the surgeries, and at 21, she regrets it. She said she was treated recklessly. She has sued the doctors for $1 million. I am thinking you folks can do much better. You can protect our children from this, from these ideologies. Their minds do not need to have this ideology presented to them. When they're older, that's fine. But your job is to educate them on reading, writing, all the basics. Not to have books prolific throughout the school district teaching them how to do this without all the side effects presented to them.
Thank you.
Audrey Warner.
Good evening. I'm going to apologize to all of you because I have failed to consistently keep you in my prayers, but specifically to Trustees Dungan, Nelson, and Odenweller. I have failed to pray for your heavenly protection. You willingly put yourself into the battlefield, armed with much less than a slingshot, to face the Goliath of our day, woke ideology. Thank you for your promises to protect the children of Conroe ISD and for fighting that fight every step of the way, even amid disrespect and belittlement from your peers and from people in this room. To all of you, I vow to do a better job at my obligation to pray for you. And wisdom will be the most important prayer because our time here is short and the days are very evil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay Dawson.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Dawson, and I'd like to talk about the District of Innovation. Your board is being asked to approve the District of Innovation plan set forth by a committee tonight, and I wanted to bring up a few points for you to consider and ask yourselves as you have this discussion. My first question is, why is this being rushed through when the current DOI is not set to expire until December 2025? This was brought up almost 2 years early. Why? This plan greatly expands the number of exemptions you're requesting to not abide by that the Texas Education Code has put in place. I'll list just a few of those. You state it's not feasible to have one person designated as the campus behavior coordinator as required, but then go on to say assistant principals typically fill this role. They already have a lot on their plates. Why can't we designate one person to solely focus on such a large issue? You're also requesting an exemption that teachers don't need to be certified to be hired. Trustee Chase stated last meeting she found it terrifying that uncertified chaplains would be allowed to counsel her children. But yet we're potentially okay with teachers who would be with our children every day to not be? I'd like to hear more discussion about the rationale for this. What we need is more transparency and authentic feedback from the community, not a public forum that was scheduled on Valentine's Day that wasn't streamed and probably didn't get much participation because of the timing. I'd personally like to hear more about the community response since it wasn't publicized. In closing, I ask that more time and thought be put into this and decided upon when a new board is put in place in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina Orbaugh. Tina Orbaugh.
Hi.
Howdy.
Okay, here we are again. I wanted to thank everybody for being here, and I appreciate y'all. We are created by God. God created the heavens and the earth. That is the first thing you see in the Bible. Well, why are we bringing the Bible into school? Well, that's how we, our whole system, our whole United States was developed. Our forefathers have come over, and they wanted to develop the schools to teach the Bible. That was the number one purpose of the schools, is to teach the Bible. Believe it or not, the schools were religious. The religion was in the schools. It was the number one thing to teach in the schools. The Bibles were studied through the founding fathers. They wanted to create the schools to teach the Bible. The Bibles are to be what was taught in the schools. Now we have pulled away from the Bible, and our students suffer. They suffer because there's nobody there. There's nothing that they have in their minds that they can say, hey, I'm forgiven, or I did something wrong. I'll never, where do I go from here? And we have a whole lot of depression right now with these kids in schools. There's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of everything that's going on to destroy our kids. And I think what we're lacking in is morals, religion, what's right and wrong, and the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments, people go, oh yeah, 10 Commandments, they're way back there. Yeah, well, they're just something that go by. No, if you live by them, you will find out that that is the way we were supposed to have lived our lives so we could go to heaven. And God forgives. God forgives everybody. So just to let you know that that is one of the things that we need to know. Our inalienable rights. What are inalienable rights? Our inalienable rights are rights given from God. God gave us these rights that government can't take away, nobody can take away. And it's the right of freedom of speech, the right of life, which is telling you that abortion is wrong. Okay, and the right, you can't change right and wrong. You can't change a person's sexual being. We talked about ethics and integrity. That is all the things that were taught in the schools before. So thank you.
Thank you.
Robert LaBelle.
Hello, everyone.
Howdy, Robert.
It's been a while since I've been up here, but before I get started, I would like to thank that young lady right over there, the principal of New Caney. I think she's done an awesome job. King Creek. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. But anyway, Back to what I came up here to talk about. You mama bears, God bless you. Hold tight, hold fast. We will get some help in here for you. What that lady just had before me was 100% right. Schools were set up in this country to teach religion, teach about God. You know, we also have technology that needs to be going along with it as well, but the basics for every human being is in the Bible, and that has been thrown out. Instead, we have this woke tech, not technology, this woke, whatever garbage it is that's destroying our kids' minds. And you people right here should be protecting our kids. Now, Mr. Toth is trying to do that from the state level, and you guys fight him. That is really unacceptable. I'm not going to go on from that. That's enough. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Brandon Carlisle.
Good evening, Dr. Knoll and the members of the board. I'm Brandon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I am Brandon Carlisle, the Vice President of Membership at the Conroe DECA chapter. Although you've heard the great things and wonderful opportunities that DECA offers, I'm here today to discuss the lack of funding available to all Conroe ISD DECA chapters. Our chapter contains many students in the Academy of Science and Health Professions, the National Honor Society, the Student Council, and many other clubs and organizations. These students are hardworking and motivated individuals who strive for excellence in all things that they're involved in. We do fundraisers, but we would love to see more community involvement and support of our hardworking students. Throughout these 5 years of having Conroe DECA as a chapter, it has becoming increasingly difficult as our chapter grows, and we need more funding. The good news is that we have been able to establish all of this and serve our community despite being fully funded and supported. An example of this disadvantage is of not having authorization to stay the night at our state competition last week. This caused us to wake up at 3 a.m., get to the school at 5 a.m., and then also travel into Houston and arrive at George R. Brown Convention Center just in time for our competition. It was a long day for students as well as me. It was a long day for us. Once we arrived in Houston, we had to walk from our hotel 20 minutes in rainy weather. I know some people tripped as well, so it's also a safety hazard. So if we could have spent the night at the hotel the night before, we could have definitely been more prepared on competition day. So though Conroe DECA had the money and we could have been closer to hotels, the district denied authorization because we were 50 miles. So I just want to say thank you for listening to our concerns, and we hope that you consider this in your hearts and your budget to help us thrive as a club, but more importantly, as community-driven, business-minded student leaders. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. That's it. All right. Thank you for those who participated in our citizen participation. We have got a couple things to do, and then we'll have a break. The first one is going to be our item 4, which is our consent agenda. I have not heard from anybody to remove anything, so I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right. Moving on to item 5A, which is Name Director of High Mobility and At-Risk Programs, Dr. Knoll.
All right. Well, we are approaching the spring season here where we will have an opportunity to hire folks into positions really every month, probably for the next 6 months. We'll be bringing names and positions. So it's an exciting time as we see people get opportunities. At the same time, there's sadness that comes to that because the reason that we have openings is because people are moving on. And so before I make the recommendation, I just want to acknowledge we have Mr. Chavez here tonight. And Rod is somebody that we kind of refer to around here as the miracle worker. You know, when you have nowhere else to turn to help a kid or to help a family, to help a situation, you call Rod. And I don't know what he does after that. It just gets fixed, which is why you call Rod. And so I want to acknowledge Mr. Chavez as he's retiring from his position.
He's standing in the back.
He is. as we knew that he was going to retire, it did cause us to look at some structures along the way, because I don't know that anybody could walk in and do exactly what Rod does on a daily basis. So we've done some restructuring, which has created this Director of Highly Mobile and At-Risk Programs, which is a direct title from the state for these programs, really to help oversee these at-risk communities and students. And I believe that we have found the perfect person to fill that role, somebody that has proven themselves as an educator in Conroe ISD and an administrator, serving as principal of 2 different campuses, both high EcoDisc campuses, and has proven that not only do students succeed under her care, but the community thrives. And I've been able to watch her not only function within the building itself, but also function outside of the building through things like food drives, working directly with the Montgomery County Food Bank, which really is a huge part of this job, proving that you can reach out to these community organizations and work. And so I know that she will be able to make that transition from doing that on the campus level to taking it to the bigger stage here and doing it on the district level. So I'm proud to make the recommendation of Dr. Paula Gorman to be our new Director of Highly Mobile and At-Risk Programs.
Very good. We have a suggestion. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion and a
Second.
second? All right. Any discussion or questions? How long did you say Mr. Chavez was in that position?
For ever?
So what?
24 years.
24 years? We'll get another 24 years out of this one?
I'm sure, right? Yeah. She's
the
young.
deal.
She's full energy. Yes,
I know
no
it. I
problem.
know it. Well, this is a very exciting motion, and it's very good. We're excited about this. All right, I will call. Yes, ma'am. All right, all those in favor of the motion, show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Wolf.
I brought my entire family. President Hubert, members of the school board, Dr. Knoll. I'm deeply honored and humbled to stand before you today as the newly appointed Director of Highly Mobile and At-Risk Programs. It is with immense gratitude that I accept this responsibility and pledge to serve our community with passion, dedication, and integrity. As someone who was at risk of becoming a statistic, I can stand before you and tell you that I could not feel more privileged to serve at-risk students. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to my beloved husband, Brian, for his unwavering support, encouragement, and love. His constant belief in me has been the guiding light in this journey. To my wonderful children, Grant, Michael, Shane, and Whitney, your endless love, understanding, and patience have been the fuel behind my passion and determination. Thank you for inspiring me to be the best version of myself. Thank you to my mother, Yolanda, who left everything she knew to give her children the American dream. To my in-laws, Michael and Dolores, I'm grateful for your presence in my life and for all the love and guidance you have provided. Also, shout out to my brother, Max, sister-in-law, Kim, and brother, Chad, for coming tonight. To my 4 Falcons and Milan Mustangs, thank you for helping me become the leader that I am today. Last, thank you to all the district leaders and mentors who I owe so much for believing in me. Dr. Winkler, Dr. Opshaw, many to name. Mr. Chavez, your dedication and your team's hard work, all these wonderful ladies that are here tonight. I just want you to know that your vision and your work have laid the foundation for the work that we continue to do today. I'm deeply appreciative of the guidance and inspiration that you have provided to me over the past 16 years. I look forward to building upon the legacy that you have created, Mr. Chavez, and I thank you for your invaluable contributions to our community. My family and I are rooted in this community, and I'm committed to fostering meaningful connections, listening to the voices within our community, and championing initiatives that promote opportunities and positive change. I look forward to continuing to serve my community and our wonderful district in this new role. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. All right. All right, moving on to item 5B, which is name Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Knoll.
All right. So we had an opportunity to discuss this briefly at the workshop, but I want to mention again tonight just a thank you to Mr. Darren Rice as he is retiring after over 30 years here in Conroe ISD. And the list of accolades just in his tenure as CFO, the first school district in the state to receive all the transparency stars from the state of Texas, ranked number 2 out of all the school districts in Texas in efficiency and academic performance, rated the best school district in Montgomery County. In every way, he has helped us to find academic excellence, even when we do it at a lower cost and a lower tax rate than any of our peer districts. And we're going to show a picture later that's going to show that, but I want to mention it now because we couldn't do that without his expertise and guidance. So I want to thank Mr. Rice tonight as well.
No more nightmares about golden penny, silver
Correct.
penny.
Indeed. But I think Mr. Rice would be the first one to tell you that he did not function alone in his role as CFO. For all of us, it requires a team to do the jobs that we do. And Mr. Rice has been fortunate to have at his side a great person that understands the system just as he does and is equally responsible for all the accolades over the years as he is. Ms. Karen Garza has spent over 18 years in the school district in our finance department. She knows it from the entry level all the way through the top. I would tell you that I don't believe there's anyone in the state that understands the school funding formula better than Ms. Garza. In addition to that, I think it's always an honor when we have an opportunity to hire or promote an Army veteran. I think that is something that we're very proud of. And I'm also very proud when we can promote and hire somebody that has not only given 18 years to this district, but has raised her family here and has now seen them move on and graduate from our schools and successfully. So she is rooted in this community, believes in what we do, and she is invested. So, and we see on display here through workshops and everything else, her expertise. It's often on display. So proud to make the recommendation for Ms. Karen Garza to be our new Chief Financial Officer.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
All right, everybody, third and fourth. All right, any discussion about the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand, and any opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Garza.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be standing here this evening to accept the position of Chief Financial Officer for one of the most highly regarded school districts in the state of Texas. Conroe ISD has a long-standing reputation for excellence in all that we do, and I look forward to being a part of that continued success. I would like to extend my thanks to you, the board, to Dr. Knoll, and to the entire leadership team for entrusting me with this responsibility. As I began my accounting career 30 years ago, I never dreamed that I would be working in public education, but I can without a doubt say the last 18 years have been the most rewarding part of my career. I love being a part of something that every day and what we do impacts the lives of children. A special thank you to Mr. Darren Rice for his guidance and leadership over the last 18 years. It has been a joy working alongside him, and I can't thank him enough for all that he has taught me, which has allowed me to get to where I am today. The entire finance team, especially those that are here this evening, these are the people that truly deserve the credit. They show up to work every day and put in the effort to make sure our campuses and departments have what they need so that they can concentrate on taking care of children. I feel so honored to be chosen to lead this great team. And lastly, to my family, those that are watching online and those that are here this evening. My husband Joe is here this evening. He is also an educator, teaches at Lone Star College. My daughter Brittany drove in from Austin. My son Brandon was not able to be here tonight. He works in Dallas and could not make it. My brother Dennis and his wife Christina are here as well, my nephew Nicholas, my niece Alexandra and her daughter Gigi, and multiple colleagues and friends and neighbors that are here this evening. I appreciate all their support and their continued love and support of me. And again, thank you so much, and I look forward to serving the district in this new role.
Awesome. That's awesome. Well, congratulations to both of you tonight. Very exciting. Moving, those retiring and those taking their spots. We are certainly in good shape for the future. Before we go into our public hearing, I'd like to adjourn, well, not adjourn, excuse me, but just go into a recess. Thank you.
Hearing on the 2022-2023 annual report. So this is a required presentation that we give each year, and so Dr. Medford is going to be the one that will share this. This is a presentation to our community, so she'll be presenting to the room. Upon conclusion, there will be an opportunity to make comment if you would like. Just before she gets started, I want to mention a couple of things about the annual report. Just remind everybody, the data here is confusing because you're going to see a lot of different years. It's just the way the state reports it. So what you'll always see is the most current data that the state has released. And so that's how they give it to us. So sometimes things like graduation rates, those things lag an extra year. So you may see different years, but know that it's the most current and it's part of this year's annual report. The other thing I just want to mention is this is, it's one of the things that we are required to do each year, but it's a privilege for us to get to do this because we get an opportunity to tell a story that's unbelievable. And I don't think we should ever, as a community, as a board, as leadership, take for granted what we get to share on an annual basis. And I think it all starts with the great teachers that we have in the classroom. I know we have a couple of classroom teachers here. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the leadership that follows those folks and helps to boost them each and every day, because our kids are performing at an amazing rate. And Dr. Medford's going to share that story with us.
All right. Thank you. It's always fun to get to turn and face all of you and get to see all of your faces smiling back at me. So thanks for the opportunity this evening. Dr. Knoll's right. It is a privilege to be able to be here with you this evening. Oh, here we go. It's not going to. It's my first test to see if I can click. All right. The first thing is, Dr. Knoll mentioned so many people are involved in something of this magnitude, especially a district of this size. So just in the creating of the report that you will find on our website, which I include bits and pieces, just kind of a teaser, truthfully, for the annual report. All of these people contributed a large part into putting all of this together. So I'd just like to extend a very big, giant thank you to all of them. We also have tons of campus staff here this evening, and all of the magic happens on campus, right? And in those classrooms, and we know that, all the hard work. So thank you to all of you that play such a huge role in being able to share this information. So the annual report is broken into 7 sections. We include the 8th on there, which may possibly be the most important, which is the glossary for all the terms that we like to throw around in education. So I'll do my best tonight to not use as many acronyms as possible, but all of them are provided for you within the different reports, and then that glossary plays a really big piece. I know it's very helpful. So basically, our role here this evening is to let you know the requirement, to let you know that it's there, right? It lives on our website. You can go there and seek all of the information that the state sends to us. You have access to it as well. It is a large quantity of information, so I've basically broken it up for you this evening and given you some highlights, kind of some teasers, so that maybe you can understand and get excited to go find some more information on this website. There's also a piece, because we know the volume of information that we're going to share might not necessarily have all the questions that you could think of this evening, and we have an opportunity on that page for you to ask us questions, and then we would be glad to answer them. It's one of my favorite things to do. So section 1 is what we refer to as the TAPER, the Texas Academic Performance Report. And as you've heard us say multiple times, because of litigation, the state is not allowed to release ratings. So you'll see that throughout the report, but there's still lots of data for you to kind of comb through. One of the ones we talk about a lot is our enrollment trend. It's going up and continues to go up. Nice little graph there to show. I kind of get sad as my first years in Conroe have fallen off the graph, but also proud to have been a part of all of these kiddos. And then our current enrollment as of last week. So here's where we get into data where we get to compare ourselves not only to the state, but other districts similar in demographic and size to us. So you can see here that we perform very well at this approaches grade level. Same thing as we compare a meets grade level to other districts. And once again, at that master's level. So we've shared some of this before, but I think it just kind of sets the stage for the things that we'll share within this report. We talked about Dr. Gorman's role, and one of the big pieces in that department is making sure that all of our at-risk kids and any kids at risk for dropping out, that we're able to intervene and help those students and manage to keep that dropout rate really low so that all kids are successful. See, our little bar is very tiny. Then we get into college ready. You hear a lot of conversation about what we refer to as CCMR, College Career Military Ready. So this is the college ready graduates. So these are AP students, SAT scores, dual enrollment. You see as compared to the same districts. The same districts are compared in every slide. And then career and military ready. So these are students that have received industry-based certifications or have entered and shown up to basic training. And you see the little asterisk, as Dr. Knoll mentioned, some of this data is lagging. Also included in the TAPER is student membership, broken down by our ethnicity groups, different populations. We also talk a lot about attendance. We feel really confident this is part of the reason why we have the success we do in the classroom. When our kids and our teachers are at school together, we know that that's when great things happen. So all the efforts that we're working to continue to increase our attendance rate, but you can see here we still perform really highly in comparison with our peers. We move on to section 2, and you'll see the dates kind of adjust at the top. So financial data lags a year, so we're looking at 21-22 year-end reports here. So this is total operating expenditures per student. This is all in per student. Again, same comparison districts. So you see where we are, and then just a little reminder in case you already forgot about my slide I just showed you. Here's where we are academically at that meets level when we compare to what we spend per student. So huge nod, as Dr. Knoll mentioned earlier, to Mr. Rice and Ms. Garza and their team and all of the campus working to make sure that our students performing at that high level. So let's see what glasses I can put on to help kind of point out a few things. So when we look at this slide, this is operating expenditures by function, so all of the different functions that we allocate funds for. So just a couple that I think are fascinating to point out when you compare us to the state. Obviously, transportation. We have a large geographic district. We also talk about our general administration. It's a lot lower than the state. We also look at maintenance. It takes a lot to keep all of our buildings running. You see, we're really committed to doing that and making sure that everything is working and functioning so that our students can learn. So broken down, same comparison groups. Section 3 is our district accreditation status, and we are accredited. Section 4 is those campus performance objectives. If you watched our workshop, we talked a lot about monitoring student growth throughout the year and those campus goals and how do we help support campuses. Each campus has a campus improvement plan that they work through. I see lots of principals nodding at me as they're talking about it, and they have benchmarks throughout the year. Those are all available for review for each campus. Section 5 is a report on violent or criminal incidents. Those are required that we report each year for each campus. And basically, if you see like an asterisk, it's for confidentiality reasons. Anything less than 5, you'll see that little asterisk if you look at the report. We had 74 reportable criminal instances at 11 different campuses. 60 of those were felony-controlled substances. As you know, we talk a lot and have been working really hard to reduce what we've seen is that big increase in THC vape. Section 6 talks about student performance in post-secondary institutions. So this is, again, for the first year after they're enrolled in high school. The data set that's compiled by Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board sends that to us, and so that information is there. Section 7 is progress of district and then each campus working towards meeting House Bill 3 goals. So we're required to, we have a 5-year plan, we're in year 3, of early childhood literacy and math proficiency plans, as well as our CCMR, which is that college, career, and military readiness. So those are those 3 goals we talked about. So the first goal 1 and goal 2 refer to early childhood literacy and math. So 3rd grade is the only grade required, but best practice includes a plan that addresses pre-K through 3rd grade, and you can see that in this section on our website where we're monitoring by campus all of those goals. But when we look at the big goal for literacy, we talk about meets grade level for 3rd grade. And so you can see the targets and our scores. This is literacy. And then math. Again, this is 3rd grade meets grade level. And then we move on to college, career, and military readiness. Lots of different pieces go into showing that if a student is ready. So we talked about that ACT, SAT, there's also TSI, and then we have AP, right? Lots of acronyms here. And dual credit, career ready, we talked earlier about industry-based certification, special education, workforce ready, and then again, enlisting in armed forces and reporting to basic training. So there's some fun little stats. In 2023, 5,485 students took 11,252 AP exams. It's pretty incredible. 3,426 seniors took the SAT and 328 seniors took the ACT. Thought this was kind of important to point out. We still have a really high percentage of students taking those exams, even though we've seen a lot of universities going to test optional. I think it just shows that push for our kids to show that mastery. There are also 2,488 students enrolled in one or more of our dual credit courses that we partner with Lone Star College Montgomery. These students earn 20,875 credit hours. I know as a mom of kiddos in that, I'm very appreciative. And then in 2023, Conroe ISD high schools had 34,853 CTE student enrollments. Those start as early as junior high, and earned 4,848 industry-based certifications. So pretty amazing what we've put into the workforce in our community. So very proud of all of that hard work. And I think it's just, House Bill 3 really looks at from when they very first enter all the way until they exit, that we're working and monitoring to make sure kids are successful. So again, super fun part for me to get to share with you. And then we have to put everything to a number, right, to monitor data. So you can see our yearly target goals and where we are. And then, like I told you, maybe the most important slide is the glossary. So, and again, this is the website where all of this information is housed. You can always contact me if you have any questions, but there's also a place there for you to ask any questions. So at this time, that's what I have.
Thank you, Dr. Bedford. Once again, this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, we would open the floor for that. Okay. Seeing none, I'll make one comment. I was just doing a little math on the expenditure slide. So just to put it in perspective, based on our enrollment, if we were spending per student the same amount per student that Katy ISD spends, our annual budget would increase by $78.8 million. If we were spending on a per student basis the same amount that Spring Branch ISD is spending, our annual budget would increase by $168.2 million. So it's significant indeed. So, yes. All right, thank you. President Hubert, I'll turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you for that. Okay, moving on to item 7A, which is receive information regarding the campus mascot and school colors for Janet K. Bartlett Elementary School.
All right. The cutest presentation of the day.
Yeah.
She gets to show these cute little Cute little mascots. She is. She feels guilty about getting to present these cute things, but she doesn't feel that guilty, I don't think. So.
Not too terribly guilty. I mean, they're really cute, so what can I say? President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Later this evening, Mr. Foster will bring you progress pictures of Janet K. Bartlett Elementary. But as the building is physically taking shape, but it's also the process where the personality and traditions of Bartlett are beginning to emerge. Bartlett Elementary is the first campus to break ground in our new feeder zone for Conroe ISD, and it's these students attending Bartlett that will eventually attend our new high school. So these traditions take on a special meaning. We have named our new principal of Bartlett Elementary, Mrs. Sharita Smith. Mrs. Smith is currently the principal of Travis Intermediate, and she also served at Ford Elementary as the assistant principal, and she's eager to begin this journey as the inaugural principal. The school colors for Bartlett, I should probably use this. The school colors for Bartlett will be maroon and gray, as you can see in these renderings. You will see that they've been incorporated into the design of the building and throughout the campus in the common spaces as well. The maroon and gray are also a nod to Bosman Intermediate and Stockton Junior High, the schools Bartlett Elementary students will eventually attend. The next tradition to establish for Bartlett Elementary is the naming of the school mascot. Our future Bartlett Elementary students and families were invited to be a part of this process in January. Students and families were given the chance to submit a school mascot for consideration through an online nomination process and also give feedback on other nominations. Families stated that they wanted a mascot that was strong, resilient, and honored the area in Conroe in which the new school is located. Mrs. Bartlett mirrored that sentiment when she recalled driving through the area as a young child with her father when he was working in the Conroe oil fields. She said it was such a peaceful place, being with nature and in the wildlife, whenever they drove right past the land that now will don her name on the new elementary building. It has truly been a full circle moment for her. The 3 nominations are the Bartlett Bobcats. So cute. The Bartlett Bears and the Bartlett Bucks. Next week, I know, it's so fun. Next week, students will have the opportunity to vote on which of these 3 is their favorite for their new mascot. A recommendation will then be brought back to you for a vote at next month's board meeting for a final decision.
I agree.
We want to thank our Bartlett Elementary students and families, as well as Mrs. Bartlett, who participated in this process, as well as the principal, Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Bartlett, I am so proud that this board has named this building after her. She is an outstanding educator, and when she talks about this building being named after her, she really truly resonates that this building is being named after educators, and she really honors other teachers and everything that she says and does about this building. So it has been a complete joy to get to know her a little bit better. So we look forward to a final recommendation at our March board meeting, and if there aren't any other questions, I'll let you look at the cuteness again.
All right, thank you very much. All right, moving on to item B, which is consider and approve District of Innovation Plan as recommended by the District Level Planning and Decision-Making Committee. Is this
Dr. Medford, going to come forward?
Hello, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. It's good to see you this way this time.
Yeah, there you go.
All the different presentation styles this evening. Here we go. So I come back to you this month, and just kind of a reminder, because it's been a few months since we visited. It came to you in November, but just a little refresher, not only for us, but for the audience watching. So what is the District of Innovation? The 84th legislature passed the House Bill 1842, creating the option back in 2015. It provides that opportunity and flexibility to have that local control on some different options, exemptions other than just the waiver system. And just a reminder that board approval is required of 2/3 of the membership, so 5 yes votes is what would be required for the plan to be approved this evening.
Okay.
So our current District of Innovation plan has the flexible start date, as you know, and the current CTE only teacher certification innovation. So our current plan expires December of 2025. So why are we here, right? So this all conversation started last summer when Paula Green and I were up here working, and she calls and says, Dr. Medford, we need help. We have districts, surrounding districts that have innovation plans that allow for teachers to be hired without an emergency permit. And so we started asking some questions. So what does that mean? Basically what was happening is teachers who were going to be alternately certified were waiting on certification programs to produce their deficiency plan for us to submit alongside their emergency waiver. Well, districts that have this exemption for their certifications weren't required to do that. They could offer that contract quickly. So what was happening is we were losing candidates to other districts. And so Mrs. Green and I sat there and talked, and what we did was what we do with a lot of things around here. We got the team going on, let's do some research. And so we started looking at what other innovations do districts have that would allow us to be more competitive, to help our teachers. And so we started studying. We looked at over 25 other districts and what innovations they had in place, and just kind of began learning and reading what was all an option for us. So then I came to you and shared all of the findings that we had found from all of those other districts from across the state. And you adopted that resolution in November. We had that public hearing right after. And then at the conclusion, you appointed the district level planning and decision-making committee to start investigating further. So we actually met twice. I had originally told you I would come back to you in January, but we really did some in-depth work with that group. We really looked at what was all available and then what did they feel like was appropriate for our district and for our community that we should present to you. So we met 2 different times. In December was our special meeting, and y'all know that I like to have them engaged, so we stayed a little longer than what we had planned the first time. But we worked really hard to look into so that we had a good feeling on what was appropriate for us to bring forward. So on January 10th, they approved the plan that you have seen. It was posted, the requirement is to be posted for at least 30 days. It was posted on January 12th, and you can see that there was, it was available on our website. There was an opportunity to provide feedback. We also did a social media post. We had it sent out in our district newsletter. There was a press release. We also sent out the information through our principals. And so we received just a few pieces of feedback. A lot of the feedback I received when I visited campuses was from principals and teachers that were excited about the opportunities that would help them on campuses. We received one concern about the meeting date being on Valentine's Day. You guys know we plan really far in advance, the Wednesday before the board meeting, so we that was correct. It was on Valentine's Day. We had a teacher ask questions about the CETE certification. They really were concerned that teachers wouldn't still be allowed to have that industry-based experience. So Dr. Povich talked to that teacher, and we're able to work with them. One of our subs says assistant principals need more help with behavior. We also had somebody say thank you. They were really excited about the SLO portion and the paperwork. And then we had some questions about the website that we were able to work through, and then I was able to speak to a couple of you. So that's kind of the feedback we received. We talked through that on February 14th, and we came forward with the plan to seek your approval for our plan. So as we look at the different components, campus behavior coordinator, I tried to take the version that was online and kind of condense it a little bit for this evening's presentation. But basically, it expands our ability to support behavior. So when we have really large campuses, I know in some of our elementary schools, we've added third assistant principals to be funneled discipline through one AP is really difficult. And so to be able for us to allow each of our assistant principals to continue working, whether it's alpha or grade level with the parents to continue that is really what we think would be best for our campuses, so that we still have, like at our bigger campuses where we have associate principals, parents can appeal discipline to them. So there's still the pathways, but that's what that provision is for. The next one is that flexible calendar, as we are used to. The next one is minutes of instruction. So this basically provides you flexibility when needed. So it's not something that would be used on a day-to-day school time schedule, but it would be, let's say we just had the ISD. If we were to maybe a second ice day, then we had a campus that didn't have power, you would have the ability to say, we don't want them to have to come back an extra day in June, that we would use this provision exemption in order to not make them have to come back. So just an example. The possession of nicotine e-cigarettes, this would help us maintain seats at DAP instead of making that a requirement, keeping those seats open for more serious student code of conduct violations. Probably the most talked about, and probably see maybe some heads nodding behind me, is the student learning objective, allowing our teachers to be exempt from that piece of the appraisal requirement. As you guys saw at the board workshop, they already do lots of conversations within their teams, collaborating, monitoring students, and so this is basically a duplicate work for teachers, and so this would allow them to reduce that workload, take steps to make things just a little bit, take something off their plate. Teacher certification allows us to hire the best applicants to teach students in courses and fill those subjects and courses that are difficult to fill. So that was kind of what started this whole thing, was us seeing a need that we needed to expand in this area. Not because we wouldn't continue to seek certification, just like we would if we put them on an emergency permit, but because we needed a way to more quickly hire the very best candidate and be competitive within the surrounding area so that we could get the best people in the classroom for our students. And that's really what kind of put us on this path to come to you at this time and looking at all of these things. So that's what teacher certification, I believe Ms. Green told me we had about 116 teachers on an emergency permit, but we had many situations this summer where we saw that we lost teachers because they could be offered a contract sooner.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Medford,
Yes.
can I just ask a question? The majority of those teachers are high school math, science. Isn't that
emergency permit?
Yeah.
We have them in all areas.
Okay.
So we have CTE, obviously, then we have math, science, we have English, and we have social studies teachers.
Okay.
Now federally, we can't have, this doesn't exempt us from bilingual ESL or special ed because those are federal.
Right. And so all of those teachers, even though they don't have their teaching certification, have some sort of background, whether it's their college degree or have worked in some kind of business to take, before we would hire someone, they have that knowledge and understanding. They just haven't necessarily taught in a school setting, correct?
Could be for a variety of reasons, yes ma'am.
Okay.
Could be because they moved from out of state, it could be because they have a degree in something else, but they've had experience maybe at summer camp or Sunday school, right? And our principal feels like they're the best candidate, and they're going to work towards their certification, but instead of waiting for the ACP, the Alternative Certification Program, to provide the deficiency plan to submit for the permit, waiting, they're like, well, I can sign my contract here, right? And so we don't want to lose out on some of those great people.
Thank you.
The next one are teacher contracts. So this provides additional time and support and training to ensure we have the best teachers for our students. So this is more focused on teachers that are new to the district but come in with some experience. So basically gives us the opportunity to continue to work with them before we offer them that term contract. And then teacher work days allows you for flexibility for setting that work calendar. So whether that be, one of the examples I think we talked about at the board workshop was, how do we have some flexibility to remain competitive? And what if we wanted to have teachers work 186 days instead of 187 and maintain that? You would have that option. So not something that we are bringing to you at this time, but something for us to have as we were working through looking in what other districts had as far as flexibility. And then transfer students are out of district transfer students. This would give us the ability to revoke that transfer if they violate student code of conduct or their attendance falls. So that would be the exemption there. So really, when we look at District of Innovation and why are we here, we're here for all of these reasons, right? I just took the bullets from each of those different provisions to say this is what our team looked at as we knew we had a need, and then we started investigating further what would put us in the best place. So this time, request your approval.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Motion and a second. All right. Questions, comments, thoughts?
I have a quick question for you. Thank you for putting this together.
Of course.
I really wanted to properly deep dive into this and really grasp and understand it. So I really wanted to attend on Valentine's Day, but my schedule was a little busy. So then I looked for it.
We had snacks and
online.
hard cookies. I'm
yes,
sorry.
exactly. I looked for it online and I wasn't able to find a recording of it. Is there a recording somewhere? Did we have it?
No,
Are
ma'am,
there minutes or notes or something that we can kind of read?
At this meeting, our all we did was talk about the feedback, and if we were in agreement to move forward to you, we have to they have to approve the plan 30 days before, and we have to let the commissioner know that you're plan on voting. If we would have made adjustments to that, we would have had to post for another 30 days. So the conversation was, here's the feedback. Okay. Are we feel good about moving forward with the board? And the committee was. So that's what that meeting, the work sessions, and we don't record district level meetings, so.
Okay.
Other questions?
I have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
couple of questions, mainly for you, Ms. Gladys. So in digging through this and really trying to get a grasp of what we were doing and why, I did thoroughly dive into district legal policy AF legal, and then the BQA legal and local. Notice these are both less recent. These were last revised, I guess, in 2020 and 2021. However, the legal, the AF legal, we actually approved that in October. And I just would like a little more time to go through and really understand mainly the BQA and the BQA legal and BQA local. Have a lot of questions. So I think my suggestion would be we amend the motion and hold for approval so we can really get a good idea of what we're looking at. And also, Dr. Medford, when are we expecting the actual 22-23 school year performance data? I know it's held up because of a lawsuit currently, but are we looking at 6 months? Because we've got almost a full 2 years to I know we're doing this for our ability or to improve our chances at hiring quality teachers, which I'm all for that, but there's a lot of other changes that are being put into this plan, and based on what I'm seeing in these policies, if we rush this, that could have a number of impacts.
So the data is all on, that's the annual report I just gave, was the 22-23 data, so all of the taper data is available online.
No, I'm talking.
You mean the current?
Are you talking about 23-24?
The current performance data that the TEA has not released because it's currently held up in litigation.
So they've released everything except for the letter ratings.
Okay, the ratings. Yeah.
So all of the data has been published, it's just the letter ratings for the campuses. So that's in litigation right now.
And so the bar graphs that you presented, those are based on the data that is publicly released?
Yes, on the taper. It's on the website.
Taper.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
but I'm not done. We don't have a rating, right? Our ratings, we don't see that because that's
a letter rating, correct?
Right.
We
Okay.
just have
I have
all
major-
the test data, each content, every subgroup. We have all of that data. What we don't have is them putting it into the accountability system with the rating. That's the only piece we're missing. We have every piece of data that our students took from last year.
Okay, and with the policies, I really suggest we spend more time maybe looking at these because up until this weekend, I wasn't digging for this, and so I do have a lot of questions and been pushing through it to highlight those.
I'll be glad to answer.
I need more time. Thank you.
Did you have a specific question?
More for Ms. Gladys. My questions would be more legally, like binding, and I think it's just since we have time, we could take the time that we need.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Ms. Gladys, in policy BQA legal, this is under, actually, it talks about the public meetings, so maybe you can answer that. The public meetings they're not required to be recorded?
No, ma'am.
Or posted?
Posted. So it was on the DOI website.
Have you put the minutes out?
From the district level meeting?
I looked
from
for
Wednesday?
them. I didn't see them.
I have them actually in my inbox to approve.
I would
but-
need those a lot sooner. Yeah. I'm just asking for more time. I really want to spend some time on this because I'm not comfortable voting tonight. But if you insist we do, we certainly can.
She's not. This is the board. We just have a motion and a second. This says she's out of it. She's
Well,
making a
understood.
presentation.
But if, I think we could take some more time because this all seems a bit rushed. So we could pause and spend a little time looking into what.
Please ask your questions.
That's what, yeah.
Let's hear 'em.
Okay, Ms. Gladys, if we vote for this plan and it gets approved, the policy states that the action is approved by a vote of the district level committee, CBQA, and 2/3 majority vote of the board. An amendment, so if we wanted to, once we approve it tonight, if we wanted to amend this plan to take anything out of here other than the teacher certification part, like the things that are affecting us in our ability to hire, then it says an amendment to an approved plan does not change the date of the term and of designation as an innovation as a district of innovation. Exemptions that were already formally approved are not required to be reviewed. If a plan is renewed during the timeline described in this provision and changes are made to the plan during the renewal process, those changes will be in effect from the date of adoption of the renewed plan through the expiration date of the renewed plan, unless amended. But in order to amend this plan, we almost as a board have to count on this committee to approve the amendment that we're seeking in order for it to come back to the board for a vote at that point.
The board can tell us at any time they don't want us to access one of these provisions. That's.
But my point is the District of Innovation Plan itself cannot be amended. Right? I mean, according to this policy, this is AF, legal.
No, it can be. There's just a process for doing that.
But the process has to be initiated by the committee's vote, is
No.
how I'm understanding this.
It's really
It's
just
an
like
option.
you did for this plan. I mean, you guys get to kick that off by giving them permission to look at the plan. Just you guys control this
Yeah.
entire thing. It's all for the board's benefit, to give the board flexibility to allow the district to make certain things. We don't have to do anything on the plan. The plan is just there if
yes,
the board wants it to take advantage of any of those things.
Yeah, we asked the committee to meet, and they did, and they're coming back with recommendations, but we don't have to go back to the committee before we make any decisions ourselves. We can make those ourselves.
May I ask a question?
I have
Ms.
one
Dunn?
more, just
Okay,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
If
One
you'll
other
allow her.
question is, I'm in BQA legal now. I'm sorry, BQA local, district level committee. It says the board or its designee, except that the committee shall serve exclusively in an advisory role and make recommendations to the board or its designee, except that the committee shall approve staff development of a district-wide nature. So I feel like that takes, in a way, it takes out the board control of that one piece. Am I reading that wrong?
That doesn't have anything to do with the DOI plan. That's just one of the duties of the district level planning and decision-making committee. That's one of their statutory duties, is to approve staff
But
development.
this is our local plan. Is this from the legal or is this
It
just
should
in our?
be in the legal as well.
Okay.
Are you,
You've answered.
you feel more comfortable, or?
No, I don't feel comfortable voting on this right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I have a quick question. If it's not due till 2025, what's the purpose of doing it now?
The certification. So we're about to get into hiring season, and that's what started all of this. And then we started looking at what can we do when we kind of spoke a little bit. A lot of feedback I got was, let's look at what else we can do to help our campuses with workload and make things better for our teachers and our campuses. So that's why we went ahead, since we knew we were going to add and expand, we wanted to bring forward more options. I will tell you, there was a whole longer list that we went through. There were 5 other provisions that the district planning committee decided not to continue to explore and not to bring forward. So that was where it started. But it all started because we're about to enter hiring season.
So forgive me if I'm wrong, but last year, didn't we approve a resolution or something giving power to hire without us?
Yes, but that's for hiring without waiting for the board meeting. That's not actually going through with offering the contract requirements, right? This is the timing that we can offer the contract to the teacher when they have another offer from a district that doesn't have to wait on the emergency permit process.
Okay.
That was really what we ran into. And then, we started talking about just workload on teachers and different things.
Okay.
But to that, I thought we were hiring them on the spot. I thought we were able to at least agree to hire them on the spot. through that.
Not until we've gone, not for this teacher that doesn't have, if a certification, yes, absolutely. You guys had the resolution that gave Dr. Knoll the authority to do that, but that's with a teacher that has the certification that's required by the state of Texas. If they didn't, then we have to go through that emergency permit process.
Right, thank you.
What are we short teachers? What's our HR report on how we're looking for teachers?
Do you want all of them or CTE?
58? Okay.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
think-
industry average, or? I feel like that's pretty low.
Paula, can you come up, because the mic's not going to pick you up back there?
Sorry.
I'll just repeat your.
For our
Thank you.
district, that number is pretty high. I will tell you, pre-COVID, we wouldn't have even been in double digits as far as vacancies go.
Okay.
And certainly not at this time of year. So it has been a consistent need to get those positions filled, and we're not there yet. So some of these proposals would certainly help us make sure that we could provide consistent instruction to our students on a daily basis.
Okay, yeah, this is more than a Conroe ISD thing. It's an industry-wide thing,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. It definitely is, which
Yeah.
makes the pipeline even more dry.
Right.
Because it's statewide, nationwide.
And that's probably why districts are doing this, because they need to hire teachers.
Absolutely, it's all
They need
about
to hire and
recruiting
fill these
and
spots.
retaining. Yes, sir. Recruiting and
That's why
retaining
they're
is,
doing it.
you can kind of hear and feel that throughout the plan. Yes.
Another quick question, I'm sorry. Who pays for the certification?
The teacher, you pay for your own tests.
Okay, thank you.
And the certification program as well, if
And
if
who
you
does
need
the
that.
certification? Is that
They,
through?
the test or the programs? They get to
programs.
choose. There's several. There's Teach for
Outside.
Texas, there's
Okay.
region centers, there's.
Nothing in-house, though?
No, we don't have it in-house.
Thank you.
Ms. Oldenwaller?
Oh, thank you. Just going back, I've got a few questions, but going back to AF legal under amendment, rescission, renewal, or local innovation, it says, a local innovation plan may be amended, rescinded, or renewed if the action is approved by a vote of the district level committee.
But you guys have to kick that off.
So all we have to do is say we either want to start one of our or parts of our innovative, our DOI, or we can say we want to rescind something on it, or we want to edit something within it or whatever, and it'll go to the committee. But then it says that it has to be approved by a vote of a majority of them.
Yes, ma'am. So that's what we went through with this process. So you told us we could look into it, and then we did. So any adjustments, additions to the plan has to be approved by the district level before it gets posted for the 30 days before I bring it back to you. So what it's referring to is if you want us to make changes, let's say in 3 months, you're like, we want to add this item, we want this committee. We kickstart the process that we did in November, and then our team works with the district level. We don't come back to you until we've worked through everything that, with your feedback, the community's feedback that we have, to where 2/3 of that committee approves that plan so that we can post it for 30 days, notify the commissioner that you're voting. We can't do any of that without you telling us to go do it. And so that's where the 2/3 of that committee, they're the committee that does the work. And it could be, we asked for that committee. It could be whichever committee that you wanted us to work on. But the idea is that committee does the work. They have to approve it first. Then it gets posted. We get lots of feedback before you get the final say.
Ms. Oldenwaller, may I ask a question on that specific thing real quick?
Okay, that's fine.
So is it a standing committee that just meets regularly, or do we form these committees as we need?
You chose, we asked you to name that committee, so you get to decide. That's
Okay,
part
so
of the process.
So they don't meet on a weekly base, or a monthly basis and go through this kind of stuff?
The District of Innovation Committee, no. The committee that we used for this is our district level. They did
Right.
that in conjunction with their other duties.
Could I make
that
one,
might have been the
if I can make one point on that. So for this process, you authorize the district level planning and decision-making committee as the DOI committee. Once this process is over, they no longer are a DOI committee. That's erased. If in the future you want to make amendment or whatever, you want to have another DOI committee, you could choose to use that committee again. You could choose to create a brand new committee.
But
But
Dr.
one of the
Knoll-
points to make though is you all have the authority. There's not a committee in this school district that has authority over you, period. You are the voting body of this school district. So-
Respectfully, with the shack, we saw that play out differently, so I say that's an untrue statement, because I'm worried that this could turn into exactly what happened with the shack vote, when a committee was brought here for our approval and it had been manipulated, and we had to vote on it, and we lost, I mean, we were powerless. So what's to say that this is...
Well, no, I would offer that it's exactly the shack situation. Any committee can bring anything to you all, but you all have final decision-making authority. You can accept it, you can accept what they bring, or you can deny what they bring. That's your authority. Any committee, this committee included. So even in the District of Innovation plan, just because a plan exists does not mean that every component of the plan is in action. You are still in control of that. So let's say this plan was approved and as written, and one of those provisions was the thing about teacher contracts, right? Flexibility to change the number of days on a teacher contract. You all have to make that decision in the future anyway. You're the only people that can make that decision. We could bring you a recommendation in the future, and if you didn't want to do it, you could say no, you'd vote against it. The fact that it exists in the District of Innovation plan, in any of these things, does not force you to use any of them. So at any point, you can direct the staff to say, we're not using that, we're not doing that, we're not following it.
Hold on.
Yes.
I want to go back to Ms. Oldenwiller because she
Really?
allowed me to talk to her. Or she asked
I
me,
feel
she
like
allowed
we're
me to
in
ask a question. I
School
interrupted
board
Ms. Oldenwiller.
orientation again.
I'm sorry, what? Go ahead, Ms. Oldenwiller.
I just wanted to make sure, so when it goes to the committee, if they don't approve of whatever, we've asked them to go and look at removing it or whatever, rescinding it, editing it, whatever. If they don't agree with an item, we still have the overriding ability to come in and say, okay, they couldn't agree on it, but we say this.
You can tell us at any point, just like Dr. Knoll mentioned, to stop, utilizing that innovation.
Go ahead, Ms. Chase.
Okay.
Trustee Chase, sorry.
Thank you for reminding us of our governance responsibility and power here in this seat. Apparently it was needed. So I have a few questions. So we have positions open. Did campuses identify qualified professionals that they wanted to hire but couldn't because this exemption is specifically for certifications was missing?
Yes, ma'am. So it wasn't because they couldn't. We could have gone through the emergency permit process. The issue is as we get into the summer, people want to know that they have a job. Now, I will tell you, we have really good selling skills, and we try really hard to convince them to start as a long-term sub and work with us. And some people are willing to do that, but a lot of them aren't. And our principals are like, "This is the best candidate. Help! How can we please do something?" And so that's what we see. And then like I said, neighboring district, they're just, here's your contract.
So these are candidates that by everything on paper we see they are going to be eligible for emergency certification. They are going to be eligible for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that process takes time. They have to find the program they want to use. They apply. They go through their transcripts and do a deficiency plan to figure out which courses they'll be. And then there's just the red tape, right? So it just takes time.
Mm-hmm.
So what would happen is somebody would interview with us. We'd say, yeah, we want to hire you. As soon as you get all this paperwork done, we'll extend a contract to you to hire you. And then they interviewed in a neighboring district, and that neighboring district said, well, we can see you're going to get all this done, so we'll offer you the contract today. And if you don't have a job, we're saying, well, we're going to give you a contract when you can. The other district is saying, here's a contract, you can sign it. Some folks, not all, our folks can sell, but some folks would choose to say, well, I'm taking the sure thing.
Of course they would.
Right. So that's the difference.
Health
Though.
insurance.
These are still people that are
There's not-
going to be certified. It's just when in this process can we extend a contract to them?
And when does hiring season start?
Our job fair is March 23rd.
March 23rd. And
Thank
when
you
is
for
the next board meeting?
The Wednesday before, I believe, Tuesday before that.
Tuesday before. Thank you.
One last question. Are the slide you have with the bullets with all the exemptions, are any of these being done exclusively in Conroe ISD? Or are these also in other school districts in Texas?
No, we researched 25 school districts in Texas to see different ones. So it's a little bit from here and there where we learned all across the state.
Yeah, but there are over, 900 districts that are districts of innovation. Almost every district in the state is a district of innovation.
Yes, thank you. We tried to look for peer comparison.
Tried to look for the best
And around
things
us,
out
right?
there.
A combination of districts close to us, but then also districts that we would compare ourselves to and across the state.
Yeah, and so if we don't approve this tonight, it would have ramifications on who we can hire for upcoming job fair, where we know it's a war for talent right now. Is
So
that
we would have
true?
to, with your feedback, I'd go back to the committee and make adjustments, and then they would have to approve it again, just kind of what we talked about. We would have to agree, that committee, for it to be posted for another 30 days, notify the commissioner of your
Yes.
vote, and then it would come to the board meeting.
And our job fair is when?
March 23rd.
Thank you.
Ms. Nelson.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Just a quick question. Could you remind me what the committee is comprised? Who are they?
So we have community members, we have teachers, we have administrators.
And parents.
Comprised.
Parents,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
And all feeder zones are represented in all of those groups. We have some here this evening.
Ms. Duncan?
Thank you.
And look, Dr. Medford, I really appreciate all the work that the committee did. I appreciate that, and you did this in pretty quick time. You turned around and you got all this in there. Why didn't we just stick to the teacher certification? Because it has been explained that just because it's in there, we don't have to use it, but once it's in there, it's in there. And I get all that, but because it's rushed, and that is the driving force behind this, is so that we can guarantee that we are the most competitive when it comes to hiring. Why didn't we just stick to that basic?
Yeah, so we started working on this in the summer. So we're 8 months in. We brought this to you all in November, so we're 4 months in conversation with y'all. So I don't feel like we've rushed and by any means. I think this has been a very
Well, and I think
thought
at
out
that
process.
time, in my defense, that I was not under the impression, or I was under the impression that this was coming up kind of like the calendar when you did the 2 years instead of the one. We weren't under the impression, or it wasn't presented as, hey, this is not due until December of 2025, like a full, almost 2 years from now. So that, I feel like this was the first issue of it that I was really drawn to that fact.
So when we last did the District of Innovation, we also, I don't know if there's early, right? There's a 5-year window. Your plan cannot go longer than 5 years, and I think the intent of that rule is so that you have to remind the community at most every 5 years that you are exempting from these things, so that you can't just approve a plan, put it on a shelf, hide it, and the community never knows that you're doing it. So I believe that's the spirit of the law as to why you have to come back at least every 5 years to remind the community that you are exempting from these things to make it forward. But when we did this last time, we also came back prior to the 5 years because we found things that we needed to add. So these are all things that, as a leadership team, we felt would be beneficial to the school district. And then we took those to the committee, and these are what they believe would be beneficial to the school district at this time. So that's why these things are included. Some of these would be more immediate in their implementation. Some, once again, would be things that we wouldn't see. The possession of nicotine e-cigarettes, that's something that can be an immediate today. That law has changed since 4 years ago. So we couldn't have had that in the plan 4 years ago. We can have it today. We couldn't have had that. The idea about transfer students, that's something we could immediately do. The teacher contracts, teacher work days, those are things that they take time. They wouldn't be immediately implemented. Teacher certification for hiring purposes could be immediate. So there's some of these, like I said, they would roll in and out at different times. But the reason they're included now is because we see them now as options that we didn't see these are not things that we had as options 4 years ago.
Going back to my point about the actual, a real clear picture of where we're at performance-wise and how we're grading or how we're being graded and how other districts are also being graded, because that's a key factor for what drives our competitiveness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And our teacher retention, our teacher. I feel like because that's so up in the air, so to speak, it's just hard to gauge, why are teachers leaving in record numbers? I'm still unable to gauge that. I've spoken to teachers, I'm meeting with teachers. These things, what are they looking for? Because Conroe is an ideal district. We have never had this type of issue hiring teachers, certified teachers, not uncertified teachers. So that's a concern to me, and I'm willing to say that publicly and hope that you'll take that into consideration and apologize to the committee for me. And I'm not ready to vote on this.
And the committee agrees, that we want to look into why also. And a lot of this you see is feedback, right? When we look at what this can do for some of our campuses, we talk about maintaining seats at DAUP. The committee felt like that allows students with more severe behaviors to have those seats. So the whole package was looking at what we can do to make it a better learning environment for kids, to attract teachers. So it's a whole package, and that's what the intent was. And I'll be glad to sit down if you want to look at any of that data.
The SLO objective as well.
Yes, SLO,
geared just
all
to
of it.
take something off of teachers' plates. That's the whole goal.
So much of it. And I'll be glad we can look at whichever districts, and I'd be glad to help.
So Dr. Medford, well, first of all, real quick question. How many people actually attended public-wise that February 14th meeting?
We had, I don't know how many outside of the committee attended. I would have to pull that, but it was a light attended meeting. I will be honest.
As most committees, though, most public committees are very, very low attended. Even today, our public committee, our public hearing today was very low.
I will tell you, the work session, we had extremely high attendance for when we developed this and voted on which provisions they wanted us to move forward.
And when you said a possible emergency or alternative certification, does that, when you said they could be someone that moved from out of state, is that an educator that may not have a Texas certification for teaching?
Could be.
Okay, because I have no problem with that because they know how to teach. Just because you know material doesn't mean you can teach. And what I'm hearing from teachers that mention this to me, this expanding, which is one of the reasons why I asked you about the expansion of exactly what are we looking at expanding. I didn't have a problem with CTE things because I understand the reason for that. And that's a lot of hands-on and demonstration with those students. So they get the teaching better that route. And I understand the move from out of state, but the teachers are saying that I have spoken with. And so my question for you is, their concern is that they're having to not only try to assist them learn the material and all of that, but then they're also having to help them with how to teach it to their students. And there's just not enough time in the day. And so is there someone in the district or in their schools that is going to actually work with them on this? Because as I stated, there are those that know and there are those that know and can teach. And our teachers just don't have any more bandwidth to be also working with them on teaching. So
Absolutely. So we have instructional coaches on our campus as well as district support that can then help them. We also partner them with a mentor because there is nothing like having someone that has to do exactly what you do, right? But the workload of that is through our principals giving them feedback, right, going in, but also that instructional coach being able to work and model with them. There's always going to be some of that collaboration where teachers help each other, but the majority of that workload is on the administrator and the coach is the intent to help them. And we see that with certified teachers, right? We have teachers, it's just different. It may be a different course, it may be a different student that year that they need help with, and our job is to support them in whichever way we need to.
Dr. Benford, is that really a fair characterization though? I mean, is it not the same qualified professional? It's just absent the emergency emergency waiver?
So I will tell you, some of the greatest teachers that have taught for me have been
Yeah.
alternate certified teachers.
So-
It just depends on what their experience is, which is why this is important to our principals, right? They get teachers that come in that maybe didn't choose that path.
Yes.
Their first when they were 18 and had to choose a college major, right? But they've worked church camp or summer camp, and they have that experience and that love for kids, and they want to be able to hire them and offer them a contract.
Right, and so the only difference between now and after we approved the DOI exemption is the emergency, what is
It's
it?
timing, emergency
It's the
permit.
timing of when we offer a
Exactly.
contract.
So it's
yes.
not, I don't think it's a fair characterization to imply that we're hiring, just anyone off the street and everyone's got to now coach and mentor them.
Correct.
And I
Okay.
will say, like, anybody, for any first-year teacher, traditional
it's
teacher
hard.
prep program, alternative certification program,
Hard.
super hard job. And it does require teams to help them. The alternative to hiring this alternative cert person and getting them in that room on the day one to teach the class, the alternative is it's a substitute.
Right.
And it may be multiple substitutes, which also puts a giant burden on
And
the
even-
whole team. So I think we would, as Ms. Green mentioned, we would all love to go back pre-COVID when we never talked about this because we didn't have to. Like, we knew we got to pick, and it was always going to be enough left. But it's not where we are as a nation today, state nation. So we just have to keep working on it.
Dr. Benford, just
Yes, ma'am.
quick question. You mentioned that they were also being mentored. Is that by another teacher?
Mhm, a lot of times.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want our teachers to be burdened a little bit more than they already are.
Understood.
Yeah, all new teachers are assigned, get a mentor through our program. That's anybody new to the district does.
And so does someone offer to be a mentor?
Most
Do
of the
they
time.
Yes.
sign up to be a
We
mentor?
have teachers who love it. They'll
Okay,
take on
so
more
they're-
than
they're
one,
not-
and a lot of times
You,
it's
you're
like
going to
Yeah.
be a mentor.
which microwave actually microwaves the lean cuisine in the right amount of time and not 7 minutes, right? I can do it in 3.5. Like there's little tips and tricks that everybody and these mentors provide all of that. They
And they're-
really
okay.
do. It's just somebody that
But they're
does
not
what they-
obligated to do it. They're doing it.
No,
out
they
of
do
what
it.
they-
Yes,
okay.
yes, they are. We have wonderful teachers that see that as the opportunity to pay it forward, right? Because somebody was there for them as young teachers. But I couldn't agree with you more. We are not looking for ways to add to our.
And we're trying to
teachers'
take off their plate.
That's
not
the
add to
goal.
it.
Yes.
And Chris Reichelt's here. Chris, when you wave to so everybody knows, Chris is in charge of our new teachers and new teacher mentor program. So she helps us coordinate that.
How long have we had the new teacher mentor program?
As long as I've been here, I was mentored when I came into the district.
But the program itself was in place?
Yes, ma'am. We've always had.
Always.
When I was a brand new teacher in 2002, Judy McMahon, she's one of the most amazing human beings on the planet. But she did it. I came in. I was a new hire at Christmas break, and you want to talk about where's the mailbox and where do I park and those people. I mean, 20 years later, I couldn't say so. It's forever. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Can we call the go?
Yeah, I was going to say, if we're good, we can call the vote. Are you good down there? Okay. Should we repeat the motion real quick to make sure we all know what it is? I believe the motion that I have is to approve the District of Innovation program as presented. We have a second. As far as the motion, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. 2, 3, 4. And all those against? 2. So the motion fails. We needed 5. Is there?
Feedback.
May I make an amendment to the motion?
Well, you can make a new motion.
That's what I'm.
Yes, ma'am. You can make a new
I'd like
motion.
to take the motion as it stands as far as only include, I move or motion that we take the alternative certification. I'm like having a real hard time.
That's
with
okay.
this, And.
Back it up one. Back your slide
authorize
up.
that.
I'm sorry.
Would you like to?
I just, the reason is that it's.
Well, let's get a second,
get
but I
the
want to make
motion.
sure that.
So I'd like to go ahead and do the expansion of the alternative certification.
So I want to make sure we're legal, as I do not believe, we cannot amend the plan tonight and vote on it. So you all can provide us feedback, but we would need to go back to the committee. They would have to amend the plan. then we have to repost it for 30 days, then bring it back. So we can't, we can't just amend it and approve it tonight because that's not the process. We have to be in their process.
That was
so.
one of my questions I was
Yes.
going to ask and got interrupted and then forgot
Sorry.
it.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
we can't amend it tonight, but we would have to go back to them, ask them to amend it, and then bring it back forward.
But any feedback so that we could bring back next
May I, are we able to recall a vote then?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure.
We
If
can
somebody
have- we can
made
have
another
a new-
motion.
We can have another motion if you want.
So my question is, that would be 60 days, because we voted no, in order to send it back to committee, it would be 60 days before we would bring it up for vote again. I understand, I'm just clarifying.
Yes.
It would be the April board meeting that we could have it ready for you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion that we improve the District of Innovation as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And any opposed by the same sign? Okay, 1. So the motion passes 5-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Medford.
Thank y'all for, I know it's so confusing
thank
and
y'all.
the state, so thank y'all for hanging with us and thank you, Dr. Medford, for your fine work on that.
All right, moving on. Item C, under 7, consider and adopt a resolution authorizing the district to submit an application for the 2024-2025 state and local cybersecurity grant program.
Mr. McCord.
President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Noel, good evening. So we take cybersecurity very seriously in Conroe ISD, and an opportunity has become available for us to apply for the state and local cybersecurity grant program. There's a minimum award potentially of $10,000 and no maximum amount is defined. Eligible activities that we could utilize these potential funds for include advanced logging systems to enhance threat detection and monitor network capabilities, security assessments to help secure digital items stored on the network and computer systems, automate asset discovery devices on the network, as well as conduct vulnerability scanning and testing. The grant does require your approval for us to move forward. With your approval, we would move forward with applying for this grant for cybersecurity. The options would be we could receive nothing, we could receive $10,000, or a sum greater than $10,000. It would come down to the grant program. We would be required to match 10% of that, whatever the funds were, and that would come from the technology budget potentially if we were awarded this grant.
All right, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, although, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. Fill me in. Why are we doing a resolution to fill out a grant application? Because we have to match at the 10%?
Yeah, the grant requires your permission for us to move forward with it.
Okay.
Some grants do, some grants don't. This one does.
Yeah, I didn't see the grant application in the board packet. Are there any other stipulations that like
Yes.
require the tracking?
Just
of
some,
how
I
the-
guess, fun facts. So we would be responsible for 10% of it. It would come from the technology budget. The due date is March 14th. There are some limitations. Projects can only support one-time services. They reduce cybersecurity risk and threats. There are no positions granted to accompany it. So that is the main thing. There are some things that cannot be used for. I listed the things that could be used for, but we can't use it for ransoms, which we would never want to do. Insurance premiums, land, building construction, renovations, among others. So
Does it specifically say any like geofencing or new cell phone towers or anything like that?
no, this is just for cybersecurity, for protecting the network security and the data of
Internally?
our students and staff.
Okay.
That's all it does.
I had one question.
Yes.
So once you determine what you're wanting to spend it on, then you'll bring it back to us for approval, or will you all just make the decision after this vote?
We would generally move forward if it was approved by you, and we would choose from these.
It would depend on the amount, the purchase amount. So let's say if we
10%
were
could
awarded,
be-
if we were awarded 250,000 and wanted to make a purchase, then that triggers coming to you. If we were awarded $10,000, then that's below the
What's the
threshold.
threshold?
50.
50.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And that would be a really good problem. We'd be happy to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because how much do we have in the other grant that would be matching it with, the safety and security? That would be the funds that would be matching it with?
It would just come from
Well,
the technology budget.
It would come out of the
Oh, it's
standing
not from the
technology
grant.
No, not from the
budget
grant.
that exists right now.
It's just the budget.
The safety and security, though.
Yes.
There's a safety and security grant, but that's for perimeter fencing
Thank you.
and limited to fencing and film.
Thank you.
So, Mr. McCord, you're just, when we approve this today, you all will just decide where it's going to be spent, and it won't come back to us unless it goes over a threshold of an expense, correct?
Correct. And,
All right,
and,
thank
and
you.
it would only be a factor if we were awarded the grant. It is a competitive grant, and it would be from one of those 4 categories that I read at the outset, because
And
it's
we-
limited.
And we would notify you if we win the grant, we'll let you know. We'll be happy. Exactly.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, when you have a $1.9 billion bond, you're going to have a large
Yeah,
section
here we
8.
go. This is the easy Foster
Yeah, Mr. Foster,
portion of
come
the
up.
show.
He brought some cushion shoes. All right, item A, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the new elementary school in the Woodlands Feeder Project, Flex 24, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the contract documents.
So good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It's my pleasure to bring forward for your consideration and approval a guaranteed maximum price amendment for our new elementary school that will serve the Woodlands Feeder Zone. We commonly refer to it as Flex School number 24. So back in April of 23, our Board of Trustees selected Marshall Construction Company to be our construction manager at risk for this project. Since then, Marshall Construction, Conroe ISD, and our design team, Arcadis, have been working together to develop the plans for this new floor plan for our elementary prototype. We've since then advertised for competitive bids from the market, assembled those bids, negotiated the guaranteed maximum price for your approval tonight of $45,008,193.
Okay.
Now we request your approval.
Do we have a motion? All right. Do we have a second? I can't
Second.
second it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? 5, motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving on to item B, consider and approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for the new elementary school project, Flex 25, to benefit the Caney Creek and Oak Ridge feeders, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the contract documents.
At this time, we do request your approval of the guaranteed maximum price amendment for Flex 25. The difference here being you selected Marshall Construction in June of 23 to be our construction manager at risk. Same team worked together to develop the plans and specs for this, advertised for competitive bids in the marketplace, and negotiated a guaranteed maximum price of $44,829,681. And this time we request your approval.
Okay. Do we have
Motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I
I
do have a
should
question.
have, I've skipped that. My
Sorry.
apologies.
No,
Question, go ahead.
Question for you, Mr. Foster. So
ma'am.
it says we are approving the superintendent to negotiate. I know we see that all the time. I have been thinking, like, when we approve the superintendent, are you a part of those conversations as well? Is there a team of people that are a part of the process?
Absolutely.
I would
I'm-
assume.
Yeah, we have my team, my department, my staff, the architect, the construction manager at risk. Outside legal counsel helps us prepare the contract, the documents themselves. We put them together, and then we present them for Dr. Knoll to execute upon your approval to do so. So we've been through the agreements. The contract we use specifically is one we negotiate every time there's a legislative change with our outside counsel, produces as a template, and then that's the documents we're using currently.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion, show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, abstentions?
I wasn't.
Fair enough. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item C, consider and select construction management at risk for the Haley and Buckaloo Elementary School additions and renovations projects, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction management at risk documents.
So at this time, we're requesting your consideration for approval of the selection of a construction manager at risk for Haley and Buckaloo Elementary additions and renovations. Our board policy, CV local, facilities construction deems construction manager at risk our project delivery method that provides the best value for district construction projects valued at over $100,000. Accordingly, our architect for this project, Stantec, had worked with Conroe ISD's purchasing department to publish a request for qualifications. We had 9 firms respond to our RFQ. State law allows us in our 2-step procurement method to invite no more than 5 to participate in step 2. We did invite 5 to step 2, which were GTT, Joris, Satterfield and Ponticus, Teal Construction Company, and Tellefson Builders. We received pricing from those 5. We analyzed that pricing, plugged it into our scoring matrix, discussed it as a committee, and our committee presents Tellefson Builders as the offerer selected to be the best value for the district. Like all the following items too, the ranking of our qualifications and pricing are included as your board item. If we're unsuccessful in negotiating a contract with Tellefson, then we will terminate and move to the second ranked. But this time we have full faith that we'll be able to negotiate with Tellefson. We're recommending them as a selection and request your approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any questions? Are you at liberty of telling us who the runner-up is at this point, or no?
Yeah, it's actually in your board item. So our second ranked
Yeah.
proposer here was Satterfield and Ponticus Construction.
Okay. Which are newer names that we haven't heard a lot lately as well.
But they're names that are not unfamiliar to Conroe ISD. We saw
Understood.
Tellefson last. They were the construction manager at risk for the Woodforest Bank Stadium and the Wilkinson Auditorium.
Okay.
So it's been a while since they've been
been a
around, but a successful project for them. And we'll talk about Satterfield and Ponticus. The last time they were in Conroe ISD is the now defunct Branch Crossing Junior High is the project they did. Is now known as the Woodlands ninth grade campus.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. All right, item D, consider and select construction manager at risk for the Ford and Creighton Elementary School additions and renovation project, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the contract manager at risk documents.
So in the interest of efficiency, I'll just kind of get to the point. This is the CM at risk for the Ford and Creighton Elementary School additions and renovations. Stantec was our architect that worked with us. We did have 9 companies respond to our RFQ. We did invite 5 to participate in step 2. Those 5 were Anselo Bryant, GTT, Pogue, Satterfield and Ponticus, and Tellefson Builders. Again, our committee reviewed the pricing and the qualifications, and we're recommending Tellefson Builders to be the offerer selected to be the best value, and as well as ask you to approve the ranking of all the respondents as part of this board item.
Okay. Motion.
Motion to approve.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Item E, consider and select construction manager at risk for the Woodlands High School renovation project and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk documents.
So for the Woodlands High School renovation, the CM at risk process was cranked up by VLK, our design firm, for this project. We had 7 companies respond to our RFQ. 5 companies were invited to participate in the second step. Those 5 companies were Gilbane Building Company, Joris General Contractors, Pogue Construction Company, Satterfield and Ponticus, and Tellefson Builders. Our committee reviewed the pricing and qualifications, and we're recommending Pogue Construction be awarded as the offerer that shows the best value for the district.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Well, you got the motion. Do you want a second? Who did you get as made the motion? Okay, then Teresa. All right, very good. We'll take that. All right, any questions? All right, call the motion. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Thank you. And then consider and select construction manager at risk for the McCullough Junior High School addition and renovation project, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk documents.
For our CM at risk selection from McCullough Junior High, again, we worked with VLK. That'll be our designer for this project. We had 7 companies respond to our RFQ. We did invite 5 to participate in the second step, those 5 being Anselo Bryant, Duratec, Pogue Construction, Satterfield and Ponticus, and Tellefson Builders. Committee reviewed pricing, reviewed qualifications for this project. We are presenting Tellefson Builders as the offeror selected to be the best value for the district, and we're requesting your approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
All right. A second?
Second.
All right. Motion, a second. Questions? All right. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item G, consider and select construction manager at risk for the Washington High School Master Plan Phase 1 project and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk documents.
For the CMRIS selection for Washington High School's Master Plan Phase 1 project, Stantec was the design firm we were working with. We had 7 companies respond to our RFQ. We did invite 5 to participate in the Step 2 pricing portion, that being Gilbane Building Company, Joris, Pogue, Satterfield and Ponticus, and Tellefson. After reviewing pricing and qualifications, our committee is recommending Satterfield and Ponticus to be the offer presents the best value for the district, and we're requesting your approval.
Okay. Do you have a motion? Have a motion and a second. All right. Questions? All right. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, for those watching at home, we have through letter L in this, and we are on H. All right, consider and select construction manager at risk for the agriculture facility project and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the construction manager at risk documents.
So for our agriculture facilities project, we're working with the DLR Group as our design firm. We had 7 companies respond to our RFQ. Again, we invited 5 to participate in Step 2. Brookstone General Contractors, Joris General Contractors, Pogue Construction Company, Teal Construction Company. Our committee reviewed pricing, and we're recommending Brookstone be the best value for the district and requesting your approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Sorry. All right, a second?
Second.
Second. All right, questions? All right. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, item I, consider and select construction manager at risk for the Oak Ridge Master Plan Phase 2 project and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute a construction manager at risk documents.
For our construction manager at risk for the Oak Ridge High School Master Plan Phase 2 project, we're working with Arcadis, which is a design firm that helped us with Phase 1 as well. We had 7 companies respond to our RFQ. We did invite 5 to present for the second step. Those 5 being Duratec, Gilbane, Joris, Pogue, and Satterfield and Ponticus. After reviewing pricing and qualifications, committee is recommending Pogue Construction Company as the offer who presents the best value for the district, and we're requesting your approval.
All right, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, do you have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All right, any questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Foster,
Yes, ma'am.
on that Phase 2 renovation at Oak Ridge, is that going to include any attention to the baseball or any athletic facilities?
We're currently in design on that. Our focus has started with the fine arts areas of the main building and finishing the MEP overhaul that we started, but we are acceptable to moving scope around if
So
the
there's room
district
in the
desires.
budget for
We would be moving
potential?
scope around. So the budget, when we were in bond committee, we did have to split the project into Phase 2 and Phase 3. And if we pick Phase 3 being athletics, Phase 2 being fine arts currently, if we started shifting those, then we're changing the overall scope. Not that it couldn't be done, but it will remove something from one pot to put it in the other,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Asking because of the comments we received tonight, so thank you.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else?
Did we vote this one yet or no?
Not yet. We're I know we can get lost sometimes. Okay. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign. All right, motion carries. Okay, J, consider and select construction manager at risk for the Knox Junior High School renovation project and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute a construction manager at risk documents.
For our CM at risk selection for the Knox Junior High renovation project, we've been working with HKS as our design firm. We did have 9 companies respond to our RFQ. We did invite 5 to participate in the second step. Those 5 being Anslow Bryant, Gilbane Building Company, Joris General Contractors, Satterfield and Ponticus, and Westfall Constructors. After reviewing pricing and qualifications, we're recommending Satterfield and Ponticus to be the best value for the district and requesting your approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion shall be uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. And item K, consider and select job order contracting as a procurement method for the 2024 summer kitchen renovation project, Horizon International Group as the vendor to provide the materials and services for the project, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute and documents necessary to effectually the transaction.
All right, so this is my competition for the world's longest title for board items.
Yes, it's one
So
of
I
them.
present it every
It's
year. But this is a special board item because it's changing the contracting method, agreeing to a particular contractor to produce under that new method, and then seek approval for this work. So our job order contract program is a competitive process that creates a pool of contractors who are on call for smaller projects such as this. We've successfully used this program in the past for similar projects. This project has also got an approval process, or has an approval process through the Texas Department of Agriculture. Texas Department of Agriculture will honor JOC as one of the contracting methods that they will approve in the programs that they're part of the funding mechanism for. So JOC is the method we're presenting that would be the best value for this type of work. At the same time, we're presenting, and we received quotes from 3 of our JOC vendors, and the best quote we received was from Horizon International Group as the best value for this particular project. The project is the kitchen serving lines at McCullough Junior High to create some additional serving capacity for the student population that's there. So we're requesting, 1, your approval for the JOC delivery method, and 2, the approval of Horizon at an amount of $748,500 to produce this work. Upon your approval, there'll be a child nutrition submittal to the Texas Department of Agriculture. So we won't actually do the work until TDA approves it as well. So there is a chance that it wouldn't happen, but this is the first step in that approval process.
All right, very good. Okay, thanks for taking the time to explain that a little bit. All right, do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, questions?
I do have a
Yes, ma'am.
question.
Go ahead.
Sure I'm not missing it. Where are these renovations occurring?
At McCullough Junior High, specifically in their serving line in their dining area.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion shall be uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries.
Can I ask one question real fast, just for clarity, because I know that there's be a lot of excited people seeing that the CMs selected for their jobs. That does not mean construction starts tomorrow on
That
these?
is, so the only construction that literally starts tomorrow is for the 2 GMPs that were approved, Flex 24 and 25. So we actually have kickoff meetings. We'll deliver notice to proceed and have a kickoff meeting with the contractor tomorrow for those 2 projects. The other 9, we've still got to design, work through those packages, do the competitive bidding process, build those GMPs, and bring them back for approval.
Okay, I just wanted the world to hear that,
Yes.
we didn't have disappointed people out there.
Absolutely. I'm sure there's a lot of stress on that, but probably not any pulling of the hair.
Not my hair, but thank you.
Oh, perfectly set up.
All right. L, going on to receive capital improvements update.
So I'm about to bring you an update through the shortest update presentation for some time to come. So our updates we have underway throughout the district, which is our 23-24 installment of our safety and security project, which is the 2019 bond referendum's district-wide effort. That project is on schedule. We will wrap it up at the end of the calendar year 2024. This is where we're upgrading access control systems, security camera systems, fire alarm systems, first responder radio systems. That work is largely unseen and is moving along quite nicely. Now at Bartlett Elementary, from our overhead picture here, you can see that the exterior of the building is nearing its completion. The guys are working diligently at the front door area now So as we move into the deeper into the spring semester, we'll begin showing you the kind of the personality of the inside of the building as it comes on, and the finishes become more and more complete as they're installed. We did turn on permanent power in the month of February there. We are receiving the chillers, which would be the heart and soul of our air conditioning system. So those things are coming online in the next couple of weeks. And then we'll be in earnest installing casework and ceiling tiles and all the other things that make it a fun and functional school. It is on schedule. We're looking to receive the furniture the first part of May. We're looking to get a new principal moved in 1st of June. Everything is coming along nicely there, and we'll be ready for students when they arrive in August.
So 1 year from now, the two we just approved will look, I know it's a different design, but they will be at that stage?
Yes, correct. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, we should be having the very same. I mean, and with the other two, Marshall Construction has built elementary schools for us before, so we have all faith and confidence they'll be at this stage this time next year. Make sure. Now at Conroe High School, we're currently working on the fine arts section of the building and the new dining commons, which is the tallest part of right in the center part of the building is the new dining commons roof as they're constructing it around the corner of that building. The structure is near complete. The concrete block walls and the brickwork are in progress to dry it in. The roof structure is going on, so that portion of the project is scheduled to turn over for our use in August when the students return from the summer break. Which is, I'm happy to report, it is currently on schedule. Working with the campus as we begin the next planning for the next phase of the move and shuffle as we move around that project. It is currently scheduled to be complete in December of 2025.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, excuse me, the tennis courts used to be where the big white building is near the stadium. Where would the new tennis courts be that we're putting portables on?
So, and what we've essentially done is delayed the installation of the tennis courts in favor of portables, which are required to manage the overall population on the campus. But that dirt spot that is kind of lower to the left of the middle of the screen, surrounded by a blue fence and cars at the moment, is the location for those portables, and will be the final location of tennis courts when we manage the population there and can build them.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, the baseball diamond that's in the far back, is that covered in turf or is that grass?
So there's baseball and softball on this campus. They are both natural grass. There's no synthetic turf anywhere except on the multipurpose soccer football field for the JV stadium and the district stadium. It's on that site as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Foster.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a chance to be on campus a couple weeks ago and got to take a look at this courtyard and new cafeteria area, and it is truly massive. This will change the life of that campus so much. I mean, anyone who's been on that campus knows their cafeteria is so tiny.
And this particular perspective doesn't give you a sense of the scale.
It doesn't do justice to it.
Correct.
It is, yeah.
So that's interesting, because why are we bringing the portables in and putting them on the tennis court? How much over capacity are we?
So I am not equipped to answer that question, but
They currently have about 5,400 students on their way to being over 6,000 before the new high school is done. So,
Aren't we ranked number 2 in the state?
I think we're the third largest, maybe.
Largest.
Four. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, well, it'll be the second largest high school next year.
That's not.
And as part of phase 3, we're losing. It's going to be great, but we're losing classroom space. We're losing a lot of classrooms. There has to be space for children to have class. So this is the option that we have. So we'll be landing 12 double, 24 total portable classrooms on that area. And then upon the completion of the school, we'll build the tennis courts as quickly as we can. We're scheduled for December 25-ish.
Right, it's got to align with the new high school.
So we will work to get those done as quickly as we possibly can. So, but this is phase 3 is going to be a major effort as we continue with the renovation of Conroe High School.
So will be no tennis courts there for what
Correct.
they said, 7 or 8 years? Is that what it said? The parents said.
By the time it's done, it may be at that point, truthfully.
I mean,
and
obviously classrooms
we're,
are more important.
Yeah, and we're going to be,
but
like, just to give you a heads up too, like, we have to renovate the auditorium and the stage. So we are going to be unable to use it for an amount of time too. So we're going to have to relocate the fine art, the theater arts program to a different facility as well. So it's far from ideal. To that question, Ms. McCord and I have already talked about the transportation issue with tennis. We've tried to address that before. We'll try to address it again. That's something we can absolutely handle. But as you can see by looking at this map, there is not a place to build tennis. Like, we would love to build tennis courts today. It would be awesome. It just doesn't exist. There is not square footage on this. It's such a tiny site. There's just not a place to put them at this point, unfortunately. So.
Too bad they can't play tennis in the cafeteria.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So just to give.
Yeah, maybe they could. Maybe they could.
I thought about that.
Basketball from 3 to 4, tennis from 4 to 5.
I just want to kind of show you while we're here. I'm going to use the little pointer, and Mr. Foster is going to correct me when I'm wrong. But this is the area that we opened this year. All of this new CTE area. This wing that's being built here, this is all fine arts, so new band hall, choir, orchestra. The high part here is the cafeteria. The next phase 3, where it gets complicated, is this old building, which we call the tower, will come down, and then it's a construction project bringing this athletics area, combining it to the cafeteria, which is a new front office. So it's going to get pretty complicated now. It's like building a bridge. It's easy until you get to the middle, and then it's got to be perfect, and that's kind of where we are.
And to add complication of that factor, the old gym, the old weight room, the old wrestling room is also coming down too. So it kind of cuts a knife from that middle section across to the kind of what would be the southeast corner of that building, which will allow us to create some more parking, which creates more options on the outside of the building. But it is in the final phase. That work begins this summer. So as we set up those portable buildings, it is to account for the growth that's happening while we're removing buildings and classrooms.
This may sound crazy, but have we ever looked at doing a parking garage instead of using all that space for parking? Like, we go up a little?
I mean, we talk about parking garages pretty often. When it comes down to dollars per parking space, they're not inexpensive. They are efficient, but when you start looking at the investment and then the management responsibility of what happens in those dark corners, they become less and less of an asset and more of a liability from a district perspective. And if I'm overstepping, I'm sure somebody will tell me.
Our friends in the Woodlands would love to have a parking garage at the Woodlands High School. We could use it as far as like expanding. It's just it's cost prohibitive. Is really the major issue. Is just they cost so much money to do.
Just curious. Thank you.
All right. And our final project to talk about this evening is Oak Ridge High School. I got some good news from Entergy, our energy provider, on Friday, that they have finally received, understand, and know, and we're on the schedule. So we should be seeing crews on site late this week to move the power poles that are preventing us from completing that roadway. In the meantime, we have been working with the county on the platting because we will give them right away. They will give us back right away where the old road was. So there's a lot of processes moving through Commissioners Court with that currently. Those are scheduled to happen in March. Would there be a time to bring that back to you here at the board so that it'll be ratified and then signed by the president of the board and then recorded with the county, which is the process of that land swap. That all is in progress, so the timing of it is actually working out pretty well. We'll have it finished at the time we can actually make it a public roadway, documented public roadway as well. I mean, so that project, I'm looking forward to not getting to tell you about this phase of it anymore as we're beginning to kick off the next phases as we move forward at Oak Ridge. But that is our current update there, and that's what I have to share with you tonight.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. All right, moving on to Mr. Reeves. Item 9A, consider and award CSP 231102, internal connection campus refresh E-rate.
Thank you.
What?
Yeah,
What?
I know. I'm here with y'all on my birthday, so.
All right.
Well, I hope my daughter's awake when I get home, so
Yeah.
just that's it. So
Be with his wife, Amy.
if y'all want to go through this quick, we're good. So.
Okay, we're going to let you leave as soon as you do your items and you go home and see your daughter. Absolutely.
Well, I'm just glad I don't have Easy's list tonight, so it's feel a little better about that. So, thank you. Tonight we're good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Tonight we're requesting that the board considers approval of CSP 231102 internal connections for our campus refresh of our E-rate to DataVox and Layer 3 technologies for an estimated expenditure of $5.2 million. Want to go back and do a little history about it, just to give you guys a reminder. So our E-rate projects, these are our annual projects. The FCC's E-rate program makes telecommunications and information services more affordable for schools and districts. With funding from the Universal Service Fund, E-rate provides discounts for telecommunications, internet access, and internal connections to eligible schools who may receive discounts on telecommunications services, and internet access, as well as internal connections, managed internal broadband services, and basic maintenance of internal connections. So the discounts range from 20 to 90% and are based on the poverty level of the schools. Rural districts may receive a higher discount. Recipients must pay some portion of the service costs, and an eligible district identifies goods or services it needs and submits a request for competitive bids to the Universal Service Administrative Company, also known as USAC. USAC posts these requests on its website for vendors to bid on, and after reviewing the vendors' bids, the district selects the most cost-effective eligible products and services using price as the primary factor. It then applies to USAC for approval for the desired purchases. So we're getting rebate on work that we're already going to do. So we'll get I have the opportunity to get some money back for some of this. So with that said, in accordance with Texas Education Code 4431 and Texas Government Code 2269, the district issued a competitive seal proposal. The notifications of proposal pertaining to the purchase of internal connections for the 9-campus technology refresh project and additional equipment were distributed to potential service providers by filing Form 470 through the USAC e-file system. The proposal was also advertised on the purchasing website and 2 times in the Courier. Under this CSP, internal connections for the campus will consist of any combination of the following items: wireless access points, routers, switches, racks for routers and switches, phones, uninterrupted power supply, and any cabling and cabling components related to the installation and operation of these devices. 5 vendors submitted multiple qualifying responses. Pricing for this project shall be effective upon board award through September 30th, 2025, plus renewals, and shall include all costs to complete services required. Under the E-rate guidelines for E-rate eligible items, work may begin April 1st, 24. Proposals were evaluated by members of the technology department and reviewed by the purchasing department. Best value offers are recommended for board approval. The funding will be provided in the capital projects fund, and at this time we request your approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Sorry, it's a lot.
We have a motion, and do we need a second? Anyone second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion or questions?
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Would any of the items in the campus refresh cross over with the cybersecurity grant that we are applying for?
I don't believe so. No, these are going to be more like the items listed here. These are hardware, so versus what Mr. McCord was talking about that.
He's coming behind you.
Yeah, Mr. McClary's coming.
Go ahead, Terry.
No.
Thank you for putting that
Attaboy,
on the
Terry.
microphone.
Thanks, buddy. That's Terry's annual contribution, so
too.
hope we enjoyed it.
Good job, buddy.
He just wanted to tell you happy birthday.
Hey,
You
he knows
came
he's
up with
supposed to come to the,
purpose,
he has to
though.
come to the
Okay,
mic.
I try.
Yeah, that was purpose. I was just curious, so if it did, if it would get refunded or all that, but it
Right.
sounds like we're not even
No,
in
ma'am.
that issue, so thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
All right. Any other questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Very good, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, item B, consider and award CSP 231103 Internet and Data Transmission Service E-rate.
Again, we're requesting the board considers awarding CSP 231103, which is our Internet and Data Transmission Services part of E-rate, to Wave Media for an estimated expenditure of $2.6 million. The competitive seal proposals pertaining to the acquisition of Internet and Data Transmission Services for CISD were distributed to potential service providers by once again filing Form 470 through the USAC e-file system. Proposal was also advertised on the CISD purchasing website and multiple times in the Courier. Under this CSP, internet and data transmission services provided by these vendors will include broadband data transport over dark and lit fiber optic cable. Pricing for this project shall be effective for up to 3 years, beginning July 1st, 2024 through June 30th of 2027, with options for renewing annually for 2 additional years. Proposals were evaluated by members of the Technology Department and reviewed by the Purchasing Department. Funds are provided in the general fund, and at this time, we request your approval.
Okay. Do you have a motion? All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? All right, any questions?
Anything in the security grant on that one?
No, ma'am.
It was just, it was just those 4 things. All right, all right, I call the motion. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign. All right, motion carries. Okay, consider and approve Relay Graduate School of Education for the purchase of professional development services and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to effectuate purchases.
That might be as long as Easy's other one, right? Pretty
It's
close.
getting close.
Not quite.
But
And finally, we're requesting the board considers approval of Relay Graduate School of Education for the purchase of professional development services for an estimated expenditure of no more than $120,000. Relay Graduate School of Education provides training on how to collect, interpret, and apply data to inform instructional decisions, ensuring that educators can tailor their teaching methods to meet the specific needs of their students. Procuring their services for professional development and data-driven instruction and observation and feedback is crucial because it equips educators with the necessary tools and strategies to effectively analyze and utilize data to drive instruction. Additionally, the company offers guidance on how to provide meaningful and constructive feedback to promote continuous improvement in teaching practices. By leveraging these strategies, educators can enhance their data literacy skills and create a more impactful learning environment for their students. So Texas Education Code 4431 requires that contracts for the purchase of certain goods and services valued at $50,000 or more in aggregate for each 12-month period be made by the method that provides the best value for the district. Procuring these services through the district's interlocal agreement with the Central Texas Purchasing Alliance Cooperative, who selected vendors through the competitive proposal process, was determined to be the method of purchase that provided the best value for the district. At this time, the board is asked to approve the use of this vendor and authorize payment to the vendor up to $120,000.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Motion. All right. Do you have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any questions?
I do have a question. Is this a new vendor?
Yes. Well, no, I think, Jeff, you guys have used them previously, correct?
We have used them previously, just once.
Come to the microphone.
We have used them previously in the summertime. We used them twice for the DDI and observation feedback. It was for a small cohort with our administrators. So they have been, but at that point in time, the amount was not over the $50,000 that we were asking for.
So was the summer purchase for instructional materials?
It was actually for professional development.
For administrators?
Correct.
I'm assuming maybe assistant principals?
It was for, actually, this training was for our directors, our assistant superintendents, and our coordinators.
So no
But
school
this-
level, it was all district level?
No, but the intent for this next level is for our principals, our assistant principals, instructional coaches. So it will be tied to that.
But the summer purchase wasn't?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Is this for all those numbers, the data room and all that? Is it to help us along with understanding and interpreting that data, or is this in addition to that?
So this is really in addition to that. It is to really to develop our teachers as we come along. It kind of ties nicely into a grant that we're working with that we talked about earlier, developing that capacity for our teachers, and this is part of that program as well.
To teach them about the data, or to understand and improve our teaching?
To understand and improve our teaching. But you do that through data and through observation feedback. So it ties into that. And it actually ties into our effective schools framework, which is what this state has adopted over a 5-year strategic plan for developing our administrators and our teachers. So it ties into our effective schools framework as well.
Will you define DDI, because you jumped up there and used
Sorry,
an acronym?
I just jump right in acronyms. Data-driven instruction. Sorry. I live in that world, so I apologize.
What other
What other vendors have we used for this particular development services?
So we haven't, there's not really one that offers that specific training in it.
Okay.
And they're-
Data-driven?
Correct.
Okay.
That specifically targets data-driven instruction, because what you do with that is you're really breaking down into specific TEKs, and that's where the data comes in to what you're looking at, and then drilling down into gaps and misconceptions and how to teach to that. So that's where the teaching
You
part.
said some of this funding is coming from a grant?
Correct.
Okay.
So that, I have Ms. Reichelt with me as well. That can, if we need to explain a little bit of that, because it would be, there's an initial phase, and then the rest of the phase after the training is us, is the district. So it's one phase in May, and then from there, yes.
So it's a new fee that we're incurring. We haven't done this in the past.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know, do
I would love for you to explain that
Okay.
grant
Sure.
process that you were describing.
Okay.
Thank you.
So T-Class is Texas COVID Learning Accelerated Support System, and this is money that we've gotten from the state, and one of them is targeted supports for additional state and federal money for accelerated learning strategies, and under that is the teacher pipeline of Decision 5, and that goes along with year-long teacher residence, where student teachers come in instead of doing a traditional year, one semester, they come with us on board as a full year teacher resident, where they get to experience that beginning, middle, and end of a school year. Or if they come in second semester, they come in at second semester, then they see the ending of, and then they see the beginning of. So quite a program. We are in our 4th cohort right now. We hire all of our teachers. We are at about 70% hire rate from this year-long teacher program. The ones that we don't hire are coming, they go on to their 4+, I think it's called a 4+1, where they go on to get their master's. So they take that first semester and they treat it as a typical traditional, and then they graduate and they go on and they become a teacher in our district. We've been very successful with this teacher pipeline, and we feel like that this grant money could be best utilized for teacher observation and feedback, so that the campuses will know how to work with these teachers so that we can retain them and continue to grow them into our NTA, which is our new teacher association, our academy, so that we can mentor them in that program as a first-year teacher as well.
How are we weighting this new strategy? Because this sounds like a new approach to training teachers and retaining teachers. This is something new for the district?
TIL.
What's TIL?
So it's Texas Instructional Leadership. Sorry, it's a Texas Instructional Leadership. So that's part of the initiative that they're going through to. So it's not really new. It's been around for a while. It's new to our district, but the research is there that what we're doing and providing is the right work, but it's not new.
Do you find any negative feedback from our teachers in the district so far about all this data-driven instruction?
No, not at all. Not with the campuses that I've been working with in particular, has not been at all. In fact, the way that we do our data meetings and the way that we break down our data is a little bit different than what it typically is in a data meeting, because we're really, in those meetings, we're teaching them how to look at the data, how to look at the TEKs, how to break it down, how to teach to that. So they find it refreshing, actually.
So no difficulty understanding?
Not at all. I will say it takes a little bit of time, like anything, but it's actually, when you go through it, the schools that I've been working with in particular, you can see the results. So
Look forward to those.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions. Can the teachers in the certification program go through this as well?
They could, but the hope is that we build the capacity within ourselves as a district to do that once we pilot it basically in the first. So, but the teachers actually, some of them will benefit from this, absolutely.
It's not, either or it's more in addition to, like you would be certified and then you would go through this program, correct? You couldn't just go through this program and not be certified.
So there's two different things. So the certification would be through, if we're looking at a certification, we're looking at state certification. This is just training on, and so it's not really a certification, so to speak.
Okay.
Did I answer?
No, you did, thank you.
Okay.
So I have a question. So are we working toward internalizing teacher certification?
I don't believe so.
Because I did speak with Dr. Knoll last week, and we talked about one district at least.
I think there is a
that-
district that,
yeah.
I think HISD at one point was doing
Was
that,
it
maybe.
HISD?
I think.
There are a few, I think, that do that. It's not something.
Not
that-
us,
I think
though.
that's
That's not
more
what we're
than,
looking to do.
we're not really staffed. I'm truthful, I mean, the honest answer is we're not staffed to carry, that's a big.
Okay, thank you.
There's a
And
team of
so-
3.
And
And so
I
how
can.
much was this gonna cost? Oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna, if I could answer Ms. Dungan's question, Dr. Upshaw helped me out. We did a thought exchange last week. That's that new communication piece that we have, with 1,000 teachers participated in the professional learning, and data-driven instruction was the very top thing that they wanted more professional development on. It was their number one request.
Great,
Well, we've gone very deep into it, so I understand that.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So you said 120, and then you said there was grant funding, but I don't know that I heard the amount of the grant funding that was going in as well.
So up to 120, but it wouldn't, the cost is not 120. That, just because it was over the 50,000 threshold, that it would be.
Okay.
But the grant amount?
Oh, the grant amount is,
To the microphone, please. To the microphone, please.
The grant amount serves 3 different purposes. The first purpose is 5A, which pays our year-long residents $20,000 a year. And then 5B this is where the funding is coming out of. And this funding helps pay for different necessities that we need in order to grow our program and to be a district where we're able to sustain this after the grant money is up. And so this is where the money's coming from, is that 5B funding for Decision 5, where we can use it as our discretion to grow our program. And we believe that this will grow our program as we are serving our teachers who are coming into the profession, and our teachers also that are in the profession, growing them to be better teachers for our kids. And then there's a 5C, which that 5C is something that we had to invest in the district. The district was required, part of the grant is to get a U.S. prep to help us with this innovation.
Do we know the amount
Yeah,
in
I think we're looking
5B?
for amounts.
The amount
You
was.
said 20 for the first one.
I don't have the total amount with me. I believe it's over $1 million is what we were given to be able to fund the teachers, because we could take 20 teachers a semester, up to 60 teachers. We're funding them. We're also funding our mentors who are mentoring them through that full year. And then we are also running professional development on them and helping them through that process. And so this money is money that we can use for this professional development for a long term, where we can get this as a growing piece for our teachers.
Is Relay, is that TEA approved?
I don't know about TEA approved. I don't have that answer for you right now. I can get that for you. However, the research that TEA uses comes from, part of that is from Relay. So they do use some of the research, yes.
I guess where, sorry, go ahead. I guess where I was headed was, I heard that we had grant money coming. I heard that we're up to 120,000 that we're committing to spending possibly. What I was trying to figure out was that there was it said something about a one-time amount, and then we're responsible for it following that, and that's the number I was concerned about.
So we would do one time, and that is in May.
Okay, so it would be up to that 120,000 is one time, one and done.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And you feel strongly this will improve student outcomes. That's the overall goal, correct?
Absolutely. This is
The data-driven, that seems to really be where it's
absolutely.
at.
I've looked at a lot of things over my years, and I would put my paycheck on on it, and it's not that big, but I would put my paycheck on it.
The full year paycheck or just?
Yeah, what are we talking, like a day?
He's got a young baby. He got a young baby.
I have a
at home.
5-year-old at home that thinks I'm getting rich right now.
All right, fair enough. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so
Thank you.
just to, because we talked that through, which is great, we're going to approve consider and approve Relay Grad School for Educational purchase of the professional development service and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute all documents. All those in favor of the motion? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Out of the 1,000 teachers that were in favor of this, how many were surveyed? Or was that a survey, or was that just?
1,000 teachers were involved in the thought exchange.
How
So
are they
that-
selected?
It's just, they just choose to,
Random?
they just choose to engage. We put thought exchange, something just goes out and whoever wants to engage
It's a
can
new
engage.
thing though, right?
Yeah, so
It's a
whoever
new-
wants to engage can engage. It goes out. If you want to share an opinion. So what happens with that is like somebody might post an opinion that says like, I'd like to learn more about thought exchange. And then, or more about data-driven instruction. And then the next person can add a comment or they can just like that comment. And then it pulls all that. It uses AI. It gets really complicated, but that's a great way of using thought exchange already to see like 1,000 teachers. You can't get 1,000 teachers to respond to anything. They're busy. I mean, they're just busy. I mean, they don't have time, but I think that's promising for the future of getting their feedback quickly because they can engage quickly in that, so.
Quick, one last quick question, I promise. Are there a lot of other districts using this data-driven instruction and also Relay?
I'm going to turn that over to Jeff.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just the purchasing guy.
I don't know about Relay itself. I know that they're across the country. I do know that the campuses in the districts that do, it's really based off of Santoya's work, Bamrick Santoya, and the data-driven instruction and the observation feedback. And the research on that shows that there is improvement. So I would say like any program that is there or professional development or anything that you use, it's if you use it with fidelity and you use it right and it's research-based, you're going to get results. And so there may be districts out there that don't implement things with fidelity. I'll say I'm one person that is going to do it right, and I'm going to roll it out right. And I can tell you that with that we're going to have results. And the campuses that I've worked with so far that have done it here and there have shown the results.
So you're saying you don't know if other districts are using their DDI and you don't know if they're using Relay?
I don't know of all the ones that are using Relay. I know that there are districts using it's a pretty big deal.
Okay.
In Mr. McCord's words.
It's kind of a
big deal.
continuation of the processes that, we went back, you remember what Mr. Fuller was talking about with his team. These are the processes that we started at Sam Houston when we worked them from an F to, and out of that. And then we took it to the other 20 schools to pull them off those lists. It's a continuation of that same work.
Thank you, Dr. Knoll. That's exactly, they were using Effective Schools Framework as that foundation, as that framework with Sam Houston when his IR and pulled it out. So it's that same premise that Dr. Taylor had started back several years ago to get them out of IR. So it's.
Well, you promised to come back and give us a very detailed presentation on the results of the effectiveness of this.
I absolutely would love to.
In a workshop, maybe. Yeah, not at a board.
That's what those are for.
Are you sure?
Well, it could be an email or a workshop or something, but
Hey,
not at a
you know.
board meeting. But anyway, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Happy birthday, Mr. Reeves. Go home, see your
Yes.
daughter.
Yes.
Let her celebrate you.
You've got 2 hours left to celebrate.
Yeah.
Okay, item 10A, which is receive financial reports. Ms. Garza.
So we have to figure out what we call Ms. Garza now. She's the CFO in waiting, the CFO elect, I don't
Lady
know.
boss.
Just awesome. Ms. Garza is
Thank you.
here. Thank you.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll. I'm here today to provide you with your January 31st financial update. First statement is our balance sheet. Presented here is the general fund, debt service fund, child nutrition, and self-funded insurance. Next statement is our income statement. The income statement shows our revenue and expenditures. We are 5 months through the fiscal year. Total revenue in the general fund, $370.2 million. Total expenditures of $220.5 million. This is a closer look at our local revenue. You can see property taxes are well on their way. Coming in, we're about 80% collected for the year, which is right on track with where we should be. Food sales, our largest income item there is for child nutrition food sales, and then our self-funded insurance is premium contributions. So our 2019 bond referendum update, estimated to complete just over $27 million. We did have a successful closing on February 6th for our first bond sale, so next month we will bring you our first update for the 2023 bond referendum update status. And then our self-funded insurance plan for the month of January, total revenue of $4.6 million, total expenditures of $5.2 million. We did have a net loss for the month of January. Some of this could be attributed to our employees having that time off in December and taking care of medical appointments that they had time to do. Still for the year, we're at a positive of $2.18 million, so still in good shape. And then our investments for January 31st, our par value, $623.9 million. Our pools are at 5.59. Wood Forest at 5.50. Our combined portfolio for the first time in 22 months, I looked this up today, is at 5.34, which is above the 90-day T-bill. So we have passed that mark now that tax collections are in. There's a plethora of money in the pools right now because collections are here, and so that has helped to bring our yield up for the month. So we are officially ahead of our benchmark, the 90-day T-bill.
All right.
That's our
Very
update.
good. Thank you, Ms. Garza. All right, moving on to item, is this 13A? We don't have executive session, by the way. We do not have executive session today. So item 13A is consider revision to board policy EHAA, basic instructional program, required instruction all levels. Ms. Gladys.
Thank you, President Hubert. You know, at your January meeting, you heard a presentation about SHAC making a recommendation that once the provision that requires written parental consent to take certain instruction relating to human sexuality, you have to have written parent permission. That will expire in August. And the board asked that we move or create in our local policy a provision that requires that exact same permission so that there's really no lapse in written parent permission occurring. And so the draft you have really just takes the language from the legal policy, puts it in the local policy, and then once the August 1st passes, we'll remove it from legal and it'll be in local. So it'll be duplicative for a little bit. So this is your first reading. You don't take any action on this. This is just information. And I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I'll bring it back in March for adoption.
Okay, questions?
Yes, when I was going through reading in 28.004, I noticed that also along this same lines is the abuse prevention instruction, that we also have to do the exact same thing as far as parental notification. It's almost the exact same word.
But I don't think it expires.
No, it doesn't. But since we're considering this, could we also look at adding that part just to our local?
So it's really, really unwise to
Okay.
put things from the law into your local policy. One, it's redundant, and if something changes minor one way or another, you could be out of compliance with the law. And so, because it's in your legal, we have to comply with it regardless of whether we want to or not, as
Thank
long
you.
as it's there. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? All right, no action on that item at this time, so thank you very much. Item B, consider and approve sale or disposal of discontinued instructional resources in accordance with Texas Education Code 31.105. Ms. Gladys.
Thank you, President Hubert. You received a report. It was a multi-page report listing instructional resources that have been culled or no longer used or removed from use with students. Because IMA funds were used to purchase many of those resources, we are required to come to you seeking approval for how we can dispose of them. Some of them, and to make it even a little teeny bit more complicated, I guess, or confusing, some of them are still
in use by the State Board of Education as approved materials. And so if we decide we want to dispose of materials that are still on their okay list, the state's list, the board has to make a finding, or actually two findings. One, that we don't need those items anymore, and two, that we're not reasonably expected to need them anymore. And so I took the liberty of drafting a motion. Ms. Wagner was the first person I saw to see if she would make it. But there's only a few things on that list that fall into that bucket. And so those are there's some paper workbooks, I think I put in the item, I explained it, that we don't use anymore because it's available online. And so those are things that are still okay for us to use, but we would like to dispose of them to make room in the warehouse. And then there are some of those STEM scopes that we'll be not using after this year. And so once we're finished using them, we need to go ahead and move them out of the warehouse as well, along with things that have just been culled for wear and tear and other purposes on that list.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
We do have a motion. I move that the board authorize the district to dispose through sale, donation, recycling, or discarding instructional resources listed on the provided report, which includes some printed materials that have not yet been discontinued from use by the State Board of Education, but are no longer needed by the district and not expected to be needed by the district.
All right, do we have a second to the motion? All right, no second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, and I have a second. Any discussion? Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gladys, in my understanding, Chapter 11 of the TEC says that if the instructional material is still good and doesn't fall under our policy, just still good, then we're instructed to donate it to a 501c3 or a charter school?
That is not my understanding. We could try to do that. That'd be one of the options, and we certainly would try to donate material. We don't want to throw them away. I know one of our peer districts gave a lot of books to Lone Star College, and so we would check with them too if they needed it. We just have to find people that are willing to take the materials.
Could you read the options? Sell, donate, what were they again?
Sale, donation, recycling, or discarding.
So that's the order in which we would like to function. So first, try to sell it at auction. If it won't sell at auction, try to find someone that would appreciate it through donation. If not available, can we recycle it without a cost to the district? If that doesn't work, then discard it. So that we would want to,
that progression.
Yeah, that is a progression we would like to follow.
And that's for all of the books, not just the ones that are still good?
Everything on the list, yes.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. So I was looking through the list of materials that we were provided that make up this discontinued instructional resources, and identified there is, close to, I think, 2,000 of these are related to our book removals. Yeah.
Yes.
And of those, the majority of it is related to book removals done through the informal policy rather than coming to the board. Is that correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay.
But you have to think there are multiple copies of
Sure.
a book, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And what is the recourse for parents who would not agree with some of the books removed as part of the informal request?
So they could file a complaint if they would like about that the book maybe met selection. Most of these are for failure to meet selection criteria. So if a parent felt that a book was removed that did meet the board's selection criteria or the criteria set out in state law by the Texas State Library Association, they could file a complaint, I suppose, and ask that the material be returned. It doesn't fall under our policy EFB or EFA because that envisions removal of access, not adding.
So the policy EFA and EFB that we have in use, the only recourse there is a parent or community member or I don't think we have it restricted at all, anyone removing the access from our,
If it goes through the process, yes.
but there's not an avenue for a parent or a community member to challenge that removal of access.
I think that would be through
Under that.
FNG if it's a parent, or GF if it's a community member, or DGBA if it's an employee that wants to do that. Because I think the complaint would be, I disagree with this decision. It's a complaint about the committee's decision. But remember, too, in board policy EFB, and I believe EFA, once something's removed, it's gone for a year.
Removed as part of the level 3.
Part of level, but in addition, and I have to go back, and I haven't studied the new TSLAC rules, but they've added a 2-year. Once it's removed, it's gone for 2 years and can't be, but I'm not sure if it's gone through the entire, all the way to the board, or if it's been decided that it doesn't meet the selection criteria, it's gone for 2 years.
But from what I understand from our EFB policy is, as far as the informal requests, is that a parent, community member, or whoever, it's not restricted, is unhappy with a book on our library. They raise an informal request, and then we have 15 days, I think.
They're 15 days, but sometimes they have to, in the complaint form, it asks you to put the time you first knew or should have known of the event giving rise to your complaint. We post all of those on the website by month and.
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. The 15 days is for the district to receive the informal request and make a decision on what is that.
For
that
books?
was what I was referring. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure, but we have 50, okay, so maybe we're talking about two different things. You talking about EFB or EFA or one of the complaint policies?
EFB.
EFB, it says 15 days. Okay, I don't.
Yeah, for the informal, I think it may be 10 days. I don't know. It's some number of days for the informal. And then we update the Mrs. Heiser or updates the Excel list or the list that's published on the webpage. And then if a person wanted to challenge that a book is removed from this informal, they would then have to now file a complaint under a different policy. Is that correct?
Because we have really one, except for books, right? There's really one complaint policy,
but except to remove books.
Correct, because removing a book implicates First Amendment rights, right? That's why it's kind of a more robust, or more people are involved in making that decision than necessarily under.
But why then create an additional barrier to?
If I could, I just want to make sure. This item's not posted as a discussion of EFA or EFB. I just want to make sure that we're within the scope of what we have posted to discuss tonight.
Here's where I raised this, because you're right, EFB is not listed for discussion on the agenda, 100%. But the repercussions or the result of that is part of the instructional material we would dispose of. So I'm trying to understand if there should be a recourse, because I also understand there is a desire from some people in our community that some of these books that have been removed from the informal, they would like to challenge, they would like the opportunity to get them. So I don't want to approve something and just, sell or dispose, and then we bring it back. I mean, that is just a fiduciary,
Right, and I guess there's, a functional issue of there's no room in our warehouse, and we're getting a ton of science books, and there's nowhere to put them. And so, we have to do something with the stuff that we're not using.
I also did understand when reviewing it, is not only are there ones from the removed, but ones pending review are also on the list for selling and disposal.
Maybe the website has not been updated, is all I could tell you.
Well, then we don't allow people the recourse to to take action if they don't agree with what's being
Well,
removed.
in a way, they're really lucky if it's behind time, right? Because they don't have a date that it's been removed yet, and so they could file a complaint prematurely or,
But I think
anticipatory.
to Dr. Knoll's point, though,
Yeah.
I do think we're starting to get out of a little bit
So,
too
yeah,
far.
and I just to speak to your concern, I think what we're asking for is like,
Yes.
we just want to be able, when we need to dispose of things, and this is the list of things, we need to be disposed, we just want to know that we can follow these steps. I hear your concern, and I think it'd be fair for us to say, as we're going to dispose of things, perhaps books that have come off of the informally that we think potentially could have a complaint associated, those would be the last things that we would remove. But to Ms. Gladys's point, we have a ton of science books coming.
Yeah.
We have old kits for elementary language arts, those things that we could move. I don't disagree. I don't want us to sell a book or give a book away and then 6 months from now you all tell us like we misinterpreted your policy and we did it wrong. So we can put those at the back of the list, I mean, of the back of the moving on, but we've reached a point now where we just have no room in the warehouse. So
Is it possible to carve out those group of books related to the informal
Well, you can make an
challenge?
amendment if you want to. You can make an amendment to the motion if you wanted to, but we're not discussing that until you make an amendment and then it gets seconded, and then we can discuss that. That's the proper procedure to it.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Do we not already have something, a method of disposal approval?
What
Or
have we
approved?
done before?
As I explained when I first started this item, because they were IMA funds were used, we have to go through this process to dispose of them. If we didn't use IMA funds to purchase them, we would not have to go.
IMA is instructional materials
Sorry,
allotment.
Yes, I'm
So
sorry.
what do we
money from the
normally,
state.
what do we normally do with materials that they expire? And how do we
Well,
normally
we send them back to the
dispose or
state
dispose?
if they're purchased with IMA funds, or if they are not purchased with IMA funds, we would donate them, sell them, or recycle them,
That's
or
what
throw
we've
them
done
away.
in the past?
Pardon?
That's what we've done in the past?
If they're not purchased with IMA funds.
Yes.
What have we done with the things that are purchased by IMA funds?
Typically, we use them until they
Yeah.
are no longer,
So we've
on their
never
list.
been in a situation before?
Never been in a situation like this before. And but for needing room in the warehouse, we probably would have let these materials just sit there for another year until they roll off the state's list. It's just that space is at a premium.
All right, so can I propose an amendment?
I still have one question.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
I noticed that a major portion of these books in going through are onesies.
Yes.
Yes. Is that because the books are probably damaged,
And
not
old or
usable,
dated,
old?
not in circulation. The vast majority of items on that list are things that either have not been circulated or are damaged, outdated, not.
I mean, because it's by far fewer.
Yes.
Than,
Yeah, they were culled for a variety of
Yeah.
reasons. It could be any
Correct.
reason, but they were just culled for
Because it's a
whatever
lot of onesies or twos or whatever. So that was just something I was wondering. Okay, thank you.
How many of the list, is the whole list that we are provided in the board packet, are they all part of the funding that you were speaking about?
The vast majority of them are.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to amend.
Make an amendment to the motion.
Yeah, trustee Wagaman's motion.
Okay, what is that amendment?
So I would like to amend the motion to exclude materials related to informal book challenges.
Okay.
Do we have informal book challenges?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what
we
we're
do.
About 2,000 worth on there.
Yeah. We have an amendment to the motion. Does that amendment have a second? All right, hearing no second, the amendment fails. We're back to the original motion. Any other discussion about the motion? Okay, call the vote. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, the motion carries. But we can check with the order of that as well. All
What
right.
does that mean realistically, the order?
Yeah, we
All right.
can talk about it.
Thank you.
All right. Before we adjourn, is take requests from trustees regarding future board agenda items. Does anybody have anything they'd like to
Yeah.
add? Yes, ma'am.
Just tagging along with our previous conversation, I would like to revisit EFB and add some language to make it explicit if there's a concern about a book removed from informal, what the recourse is.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Any others?
Yes, I would like to add BQA local to be discussed, so that
BQAE, is that what you
it's
said?
BQA local.
To be discussed. All right. Anyone else? All right, mine will be that for the board to go ahead and write the shack bylaws, because they are way out of whack and they need some help to rein that in. So we'll go ahead and rewrite the shack bylaws for the board for them to follow. I'll put that on there as well. And do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
All right, we are adjourned.